Yo. Yo. Welcome to the stream. What's going on? If you're coming in, just drop a like. We're about to start cooking. Let's go. Are you ready? Got Amir in the chat. Amir, what's going on?
Hey, hello, how are you? And you?
I'm doing good, man.
Superb. I got your notification and
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of echo from your mic, Amir. Are you using your computer's mic or do you have a headset? I think it's better if you wear a headset with a mic.
exactly.
Yeah, I'll wait for you. Get a headset.
I have a headset, sorry.
You don't have a headset?
I have a headset.
Oh, you
I'm
do?
saying
Okay. All
I
right.
have.
Hook it up, because I'm getting a lot of echo and a lot of fan noise.
Still you getting noise? Okay, just hold on.
Yeah. Du-du-du. All right, folks, we got Amir on Discord. We're gonna chop it up, and
Now?
um, it hasn't really changed. It's still the same. Well, let's continue anyway. But just so you know, it's a bit noisy, but it's okay. Go ahead. So what's up?
Okay, so today I have much more things about you. Um, because I was working with one of your, I was actually searching in your channel that how was you doing and how was you generating the things,
Mm-hmm.
and one of your video I was watching today, and I just make its script summary,
Mm-hmm.
and I just let you know about its topic. It was singularity and the AI component regarding, if you got to remember about, or may I have to reference you such video?
Oh, the one was I talking to Amar about the singularity and AGI and all that?
No, I didn't hear that part of the video, but
Mm-hmm.
from the earliest video you have posted with your live sessions.
Okay. Just so we on the same page. Send me the link.
Exactly.
Send me the link of the video so I know exactly which video you're talking about. Because I think I have how many videos do I have on the channel right now? Over 100, I think.
Maybe it's, yeah, maybe it's 100. Okay, just hold on. I'm searching for that video right now.
Yeah. So just
Um,
send me the link on Discord. Yeah. So today though, I'm actually working on another project, and it's a bit it's quite interesting actually. Let me see if I could show the screen here. Let's switch. So here we are. All right, let's get it here. Sketch. There we go. Yes. So while Amir is getting the link together, so I can respond to his question. So I'm going to show you guys a little bit of the scaffolding, the design for today's project. This project is, I mean, there are similar apps out there already, and I kind of wanted to riff on the kind of like the same concept to get an app that will uh, basically regulate doom scrolling. Okay, because I'm sure most of you know what doom scrolling is. You know, people just incessantly just sitting, you know, on their phone, just scrolling all day and not really accomplishing anything. So this app, what it allows you to do is to basically um, put a timer on your phone. You could lock your social media apps, not your productivity apps, but all your social media apps. TikTok, let's say YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, right? Even Twitter, X. So you could literally just put a timer. Let me just zoom in here so you guys could see this lock. Um, right. Let's show you this screen first. So what it does basically, Um, you set a timer during the day and you lock all your apps. Now let me show you this right here. So locked apps right here. Let's see if I can grab the cursor so you guys can see my cursor. And what else? Uh, skill. Sketch. Yeah, I got too many apps here, guys. I got way too many apps running. Let me just find the right app so I can give you guys a proper overview of what this app. It's actually a mobile app, so I'm kind of at the early stages right now. I'm trying to put the scaffolding together. And what is this? Oh, there we go. Got the app. So I'm trying. I'm
Okay,
trying to.
and I have a problem in my YouTube history. I couldn't find the video, but I have the script right now in my text
Oh, you
file.
do. Well,
Oh,
send me
yeah.
send me the script.
Oh, yeah, sure, why
Yeah,
not?
send me the script. That way I can get an idea of what's going on. Right. Let's show that.
Have you got it?
Hang on a second. Let me bring up
Sure.
Discord. Where are you? Do, 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 do,
Yeah,
do.
at Discord.
Right. Did you put
I
it
think
in the
if you
chat on the voice channel, or where did you put it? Put it in the chat in the voice channel.
um sorry, I mistakenly in the welcome screen.
Ah, okay. I'll put it in the chat.
Exactly. So
Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Let's put this here. Do, do.
okay, so let's a little bit chit chat as well to introduce ourselves to each other. Maybe if you think it's necessary to understand each other, natures and the behind the nature's plan. What do you think about India?
Say that again. I'm having problems actually hearing you clearly, but could you repeat
I
that
was
again for me?
saying that we should have some little bit chit chat as well regarding our backgrounds and the criteria on the working and you get to approach in such manners, in such concepts, and in such way of thoughts to build such
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I
like
got you. I see what you mean. So basically, kind of like a PRD or a step by step, a roadmap, right? To have, okay, what's step one, step number two? How do you achieve, for instance, um, if you want to build a Next.js app, what are the proper steps? Is that what you're talking about? That's what you're referring to, yeah?
no. I want to understand your journey and interaction with the in the beginning sense when you come to have fixing yourself to or mapping yourself with the idea that you have to alongside working with these things and to generate things regarding AI and the uh, this topic, as I shared you, which you have video recorded about that generative AI and the structures regarding.
Oh,
Um,
okay. I got you. Well, it all started, with curiosity, right? Curiosity is and also, I guess, a mind that's always seeking knowledge, a mind that's always looking to optimize processes, right? Because I'm really big on optimization and to establish processes, and it's no different than uh, before we started using AI, generative AI to build tools to build certain things, right? It was kind of like the same process as I think I mentioned this yesterday. Before AI, when you wanted to build a project, you had to first go into the ideation process, right? And you had to go through the sort of like the sketching process. It could be done on pen and paper or pencil and paper, and then you go into the wireframing. Then you hire a designer. Then you pass it on to a front end developer, and the front end developer uh, interfaces with the back end developer, and then maybe if you're lucky, 3 6 months down the line, then you have an MVP, a prototype, right? But I
exactly.
found that process is very time consuming. It's capital intensive because you got to pay a lot of money to get these things done, because unless you do it yourself, but it's never as clear cut, because if you want to do it yourself, it's going to take you way more time to put an MVP together. So what pushed me to start using generative AI to generate these things is because I wanted to have that power to have an idea, right? And half an hour later, I have an MVP. So, and AI allows me to do that. For instance, can you see the screen right now?
Yeah, exactly. You are building something which is, I don't know what the technical name of such things, because it's not my territory. But I know such thing, like you are generating an application here
Yeah.
which have multiple here. You can say screens or
Mm-hmm.
pages or scrollings.
Yeah.
So
Exactly. So what I was saying earlier, this is sort of like part of the process. When you have an idea, you sketch it on paper. Then you might use, back in the day, you might have used Dreamweaver, or you might have used Photoshop, or and then Figma. All these tools came about where you could literally design your screens, what the flow will be like. Of course, there would be more screens than that, because you would have the splash screen, you would have the login screen, the sign up screen, all these other screens that you would generate. So now I can come to this. In fact, you could try it yourself. Go to this site. It's Stitch with Google.com. It's Stitch, right? Dot with
okay.
Google.com, and you can prompt it. It's basically, I think it's powered by Gemini. You could say, well, I'm trying to build this, whether it's a dashboard, a web app, or you could select web or mobile. Then you prompt it, and then you start designing your idea, with the color scheme. Also, for instance, here, as you can see, the design is black and white, right? I specifically asked for a monochromatic design. Monochromatic means no color, so black and white and gray, different shades of gray and black and white, because I wanted to be,
Exactly.
yeah,
Minimalist design.
yeah, exactly. So minimalist, because the idea, and the reason I do that, because the idea behind the idea behind this app. You see, I call it FitGate. It's not the final name, but that's kind of like the working name, right? I call it FitGate. So basically, what it does is here, um, you could you have different modes here. I call it beast mode. So you have 3 to 5 sessions, for instance, during your work hour or during when you get home. Now you don't want to spend a lot of time wasting time scrolling, and you know how it is. You might be sitting there scrolling on Instagram or TikTok, and then you blink, and next thing you know is you've been sitting there 3 hours scrolling, and then you just wasted these hours that you'll never get back. So what this allows you to do, so on this page right here, it allows you to lock up. See this right here?
Beast mode,
See my
yeah, exactly.
all right, see my cursor. So you're allowed to include certain apps, either all your social media apps or some of them. So here you see the first one's Instagram, you have TikTok, and you have Twitter X. So you could lock them, and you could say
Okay.
let's say every 10 minutes, or whatever, every 5 minutes, I want you to lock my screen. Okay, and then this is the next flow. This is what you'll see. All right, you see.
Additional.
All right, so then
These
it'll
three,
exactly. So it'll be
these three are okay.
go ahead.
Oh, I was saying that these three restricted are additional, or these one to be option to selective for the upward framework as you shown.
Uh, yeah, because then you're able to you're going to be able to actually choose all the parameters. Let's say if you want to say I want to lock my apps, and that I won't be able to access my app until I do 10 push-ups, for instance. You see right here?
Understood. Okay, so it's a time-based logged on
Yes,
a fitness-based or a push-up based or something, whichever option we select here. Okay.
exactly. So here you'll say, and then once you click that, when you click unlock with 10 push-ups, once you click that, your camera will come on. You'll put your phone against the wall, and then you'll do 10 push-ups, and it'll count. And if you don't have good form, it won't count. So it'll kind of count. Okay, 1, 2, 3. If three is not good, it'll repeat three until you get the proper form. Then it will unlock your phone, and the camera will come on. Right? Unlock your phone, then you're good to go. So here you'll be able to actually select different exercises, not just push-ups. Right?
So sorry to interrupting you, but the camera is recognizing the push-up or the form of the person
Yep.
in the push-up way.
Hmm.
So is it selective by AI or by a motion detector, or what is the tech
Uh,
behind you
uh,
suggested here?
both. It's basically
Okay.
motion detect or form detection with AI, right? So what you'll see is basically you'll see the person, because you'll basically face the camera, your head towards the camera, and it will have bounding boxes that basically create an outline of your head, your shoulders, your arms, and your hand on the floor. And then as you go down and up, it'll count. Down, up, that's one. Down, up, two push-ups, three, and etc. etc. All right.
So the proper push-ups are with the position and the motions recognized by the camera through the application, through the
LLM.
behind
Yep.
backend elements. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, so I have a question. Yesterday I forgot or just missed at yesterday. That was, are you using your local LLMs or generative or through APIs?
Well,
Because
right
the
now,
APIs cost too much here, so
yeah.
that's why I'm asking.
No, it's a good question. I use a combination of both, right? I use local LLMs. Also, for a lot of experimentation that I do, I use different tools. For instance, this is one of the tools that I started using yesterday. Uh, Let me switch screens. You'll see it in a second. This tool right here, which is open code. I think I showed it to you.
Yeah,
And
exactly. I'm seeing that.
yeah, and I'm using GLM 4.7. It's by Z AI. It's a Chinese company.
Zen.
It's
Code
quite
Zen.
capable. And
Okay.
right now, it's basically I'm just testing it, so it doesn't cost me anything. It's free.
Okay, great.
Yeah. All right.
So, uh, is it your full-time working or you have something else to be work with full-time or as an occupation
Oh,
or as a part of?
this is full time. I do this full time, and I build different solutions for different sectors. And right now I'm working on an application for the medical field, and a lot of that work that's kind of more or less commercial or commissioned. I don't really show them on the stream because it's for security reasons, and then of course if it's client work, I can't really show it on I can't show it on the stream.
Exactly, you must have to secure and safe in that way. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. It's about terms and condition.
yeah.
You're right here.
hmm So all this stuff that I'm building here, of course, these are my personal projects, and then some other projects that I started building last year. They're in the process of being acquired. So it's pretty good, and the fact that I can be a solo developer. I mean, I have for instance, I'm not great at back end stuff like server configurations and stuff like that. So I have a guy, right? But when it comes to building to put the whole thing together, I'm a pretty much a solo entrepreneur.
That's superb journey. And may I ask you a few personal questions if you don't mind?
No, I don't mind.
Like how Oh, thank you. Like how you manage your personal life in this way. The project, in the sense of, I'm asking this in the sense of, like the project gets you pay in a certain time. If you have multiple project focusing or having a project, multiple project to in build line or in production line
hmm
or in developing stream, so you must be flow with the financial products or financial way to evolve with the timely payments with multiple projects handling. But if in this case, while I was also switching and thinking about to switch my journey, but now in the middle of, so I was asking like as a senior yourself to how you manage it by project to project and the payment with the financial to handling the household expenses and the other stuffs like
hmm Yeah. Well, you're
so
good.
kind
Yeah.
of things.
Good question. Even though I'm a solopreneur, as we say, right? But I
Yeah.
have I have people around me. You know what I mean? Even though the build process, what you see here, that's solely on me. But uh, I do have a guy who handles marketing, right? He
Mm-hmm.
handles all the marketing. He handles all, I guess you could call it um, project management. Not really. I guess I do most of the project management, but he handles, client acquisition. He handles the, sort of like the lead generation because he's really good at lead generation to get clients. For instance, we just had a phone conversation about a clinic. It's basically a team, husband and wife. They're both physicians. They're both doctors, and they want a solution that will allow them to manage their client intake, their patients, and to sort of like do like a telemedicine type of thing, where you could have video calls, manage their prescriptions, and affiliate with, let's say, a pharmacy, so you could send the prescription directly to a pharmacy, and they deliver to the patient. So he handles all these, to get these clients and funnel them to me for instance, a discovery call where we look at the requirements. Okay, what exactly would you like this project to do? What are the features? What are the must-have for V1 and then V2 and so on and so forth. And in that sense, it's easier to manage because, of course, if I were alone, I could, potentially just manage one, maybe two projects at the same time. But uh,
Yeah, exactly.
alone, it's
And
impossible.
oh, exactly that was my point, and you are right on the answering side that a single person couldn't handle. There's multiple aspects, like a marketing aspect. You
Hmm.
must have to recognize your project in the market, in the public, to understand what are you building, what are the circumstances you are facing here,
Yeah.
what are the criteria you required and manage, and how could you deal with the backends things like productive things in Google with the dealing with Google, or dealing with the products of Google, or I'm using here just a Google, but the publicly they people using many more things besides Google. So they are just massively interacting with. Like one thing you just resolve from GitHub and you just go to Google, and you then go to with the GPT and with Claude, and
Hmm.
after that you come to your base point again with VS Code or whatever, wherever you are generating the item or product. So it's very very massive to handle. Yeah, it's a single PC. It's in terms
No,
it,
you're right.
in terms to handle in a single PC, but it's not a single place,
Hmm.
and it's not even a single thought way. The, the Google Cloud Console having topologies or another thought way or another their personal ways to drive on to get the money from the public and timely billing on to them, and you have to manage the time of the billing, that before the billing you must have to be finalize your project or get even one or two project to be done, that the API is costing you. So these are so much crazy things here at once.
Yep. No, you're right. Because when you when you break down the processes that that are involved in whether it's an MVP or a full-fledged application, once you break it down into the different components, then you realize um, it takes different departments, right? And this is why the traditional way of developing software was divided into components, into silos, where you have, the R&D team, right? Research and development. Then you have the design team, right? Then you have the front end, then you have the back end, then you have marketing, then you have the administration, you have security, for testing and so on and so forth. So you at least have five
Even
different
customer
departments.
support, the
Yeah,
main thing.
exactly right. Customer support. Then you have marketing. You have accounting. You have. I mean, it goes on and on. But in the beginning, most likely you'll focus before you need you know customer support, before you need proper accounting, before you need all these people to create a full team. You'll at least need five different silos, five different departments to make sure everything work properly. And even if you don't have the departments in house, what a lot of companies ended up doing before AI is hire freelancers. So you still don't need to go to Fiverr or Upwork and hire a front end designer, or hire, maybe even sometimes even the front end designer is not the same person or the same company or the same firm that designs your logo. That's how deep people used to go. You have somebody who designed the logo, you have another person who designed all the sketches, and then you have a front end designer who actually design all your screens, your pages, your modals, your buttons and stuff like that. Now it's no longer necessary, as long as you have a process. Because it took me a while. It took me about, I mean, I've been sort of at it since August 2024. Okay, so the
Yeah, you
first
quoted yesterday. Yeah.
yeah, the first from August, September, October, November, December, January, for the first 6 months, or 5 months to 6 months, all I did was create a process. And if you go back and watch the early videos, you'll see how I was approaching the whole process. And the way the LLMs, the AI is now, 2 years later, it's a
Exactly.
it's completely different. The process is a lot easier, but I went through the whole process of everything being so difficult, so hard. Now I understand, okay, when I want to build something, I have a process that I can replicate. I have, some boilerplate stuff as well that I can copy and paste or pull from my repo, and then start from a base where I don't have to start from scratch.
Okay, let me share you. I have a thought here. I don't know how you think about it and how you measure it or how you assume it or how you react it about. But I must share you here because
Go.
it's all about you
Sure.
in my mind. Okay, I was working about 6 or 7 years ago in the capital territory of Pakistan at Islamabad. There was a company with the name, still it's listed at LinkedIn or somewhere else places, and it's also available right now. So it's inactive right now. So the name was the Falcon Holdings LLC. Okay, the purpose of the company was they are getting work from account. I was just in the part of accounting. Okay, so
Hmm.
I was working with the profit and loss and payables and receivables, the reconciliations and the processes. So I was just a part of, and I seen they got the working from the US clients and their restaurants like Hardee's and etc. And I just have to reconcile their components and their ledgers and the other things, and after that just resubmit them.
Right.
I don't know the I don't know the scope of only the US market here, but I'm just leveling up and thinking at a bigger level here. That the market is after coming by AI is more, you can say, growing, more upward leveling.
Hmm.
So the opportunities are coming more here, but the hardware cost is getting so up now nowadays because the chipsets are getting so massively expensive and the RAMs are also. So these things are not. I don't think so. The burden on the such countries like US or Europe, like, and but the Middle East or the Asia having issues in this way. There is progressive people
Hmm.
like me and like other. If they don't have such a progressive one, so they just have not much efficient. If they generate efficient people and persons through their universities and education and their skills development, but they got admired by US and the other countries like Russia or European, Italian, etc.
Hmm.
So they just went out there and they don't come back to serve their original region. They just serve them their countries or their regions with just sending them remittance. And this is not such a way to build your culture or build your community or build your, yeah,
Your
it's like
capacity.
that.
Yes, of
Okay.
course. Yeah,
The,
I agree with you.
the literacy rate on the right way to reflect in next generation,
Hmm.
they are just struggling like other donkeys. It's not a basic structured thing at
Hmm.
here. So my point was that it's, I know it's a bigger point, and I didn't have write it down at anywhere, but in my mind, because I was just recently met you yesterday, and I just have pop-ups in my bubbles in my mind. So the point is that we can organize them in a way, we can build them, we can manage them, we can generate them, because the basic, where you are standing, where I'm standing, where any single person is standing, the basic problem is same, is the money generation. Okay,
Hmm.
now the money is a game, just it's a temporary solution, but the mind of the person is affected when the money not coming or the earnings are not coming on the certain time, so they do not evaluate themselves with the uh, pursue what they have giving or what they are getting
Hmm.
to the public or to the uh, people who are actually want to understand the next uh, bigger thing. Like I was evolving here or just uh, JP. It was recently. It was a report related JP. I don't remember the right name. JP Villa or something. That was
Hmm.
actually I wouldn't have referencing right now. So in my
That's
mind.
okay. That's all right.
So these things are, can be manageable in a way that everyone can be possibly evolve and involve and be more their efficiency in the term of in the term of public themselves to market. So there are a broad, I see a gap is still, even the AI is came, but still there is a huge gap. Like we are thinking about the AI agentic position
Hmm.
right now, which I shared you through this text file.
Right.
But the what we want from the agentic, the final position, the singularity is Dog is a robot which can sense like a human, work like a human, behave like a human, etiquettes, ethics, evolve like a human.
Hmm.
We are building just a thing, but we are not in the position to understand the humanity here, to adjust the uh, adjust with the right ethics, with the right culture, with the right society, build communities like such things which can be teach to, which can be defined to upcoming such AI or such agentic AI to handle a massive progressive work or a progressive, like you understand the utopia or dystopia logic here.
Yeah.
Have you heard about?
Yes,
So
of course.
this is the I think my circle point here. these two things. We are just insanely describing the utopia.
Mm-hmm.
Even the website, even through the AI, even through the multimedia, social media, television, everywhere. But we are focusing on dystopia.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm right now pronouncing this in right way or
No,
not,
you
but
got it right. It's the
you understand.
dystopia. It's utopia and dystopia.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Uh,
So this is my actually the pain point right now. I'm at right now my age is 40 and I have four kids as
mm-hmm.
well,
Right.
and the elder one is my uh, daughter.
Mm-hmm.
I try to teach her daily basis and with the influence of public like you, like who are struggling with the text or with these things.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm certainly try to also inject her that you must have to manner between the utopia and dystopia things, like how we manage these things, we
Yeah.
discipline these things. This is not just to gain a technology, this is not just to, this is a way to respect the technology
Mm-hmm.
in sense of our upcoming generation, in sense of to handle something to our next generation. So
Yeah.
we must have such a huge or a bigger platform here we need here, which can scope for a globe, not
Yeah.
just for the continent, not just for the country, not just for a single person entity. Because if you calculate on your fingers right now, there are few people in this globe which are billionaires or millionaires. So what they got from the million? Or there are many billions of people which are right now at this spot I'm talking to you. They are hungry. They are of the
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. You know, I think I lost you there for a
yeah,
second. Are you still there? Okay, now you're back. You're
okay.
cutting in and out.
So there are a lot of people on the roadsides, on the countries. They are hungry. They having just they have multiple kids, but
Mm.
they don't have such criteria to uh, evaluate the next generation.
Yeah. No,
The
it is.
drugs
Yeah,
are
it's very, very fair point, very valid point, and I think you raise important questions, and I think we have to be pragmatic about how AI is changing everything, every single aspects of daily living, of daily life, right? But also remember, our current education system took decades and decades, I would say, hundreds, a couple of hundreds of years to develop to what it is today, right? But also a lot of the methodology and a lot of the philosophies are still the same. Not a lot of it hasn't really caught up. They haven't caught up with the modern way of educating youngsters, and a lot of establishments are still approaching education the way they approached it 50 years ago or 25 years ago, and that doesn't work anymore. So that's one thing. We have to approach education in a whole new paradigm. It's a whole new paradigm. So we have to look at it pragmatically and we have to adjust. Otherwise, we're not going to move forward. The other point you raise is basically, utopia versus dystopia. Yes, dystopia is something that, yes, we focus on it because it's a very high probability that we might find ourselves in a situation, as you mentioned earlier, where all these advancements that we are seeing, they are not going to benefit the world at large. They're going to benefit the oligarchs. They're going to benefit the tech bros. They're going to benefit, the Elon Musks, the the Sam Altmans and all those guys who basically now, you know,
Exactly.
Elon is going to be the is going to be a trillionaire. I mean, in the history of the world, there hasn't been the recorded history of the world anyway. He's the richest person that's ever lived on the planet, and all that because he was able to position himself in a situation in situations where he could get government contracts, he could talk to certain politicians and get favorable uh, uh, access to certain resources. But with the wealth that he has accumulated, can he solve a lot of the problems you mentioned? Like some people don't even have food to eat right now. Some children are going to go to bed hungry, right? Some people
Exactly.
live on the street. Some people are sick. They're dying. They don't have money to buy medication. And in a lot of
Exactly.
places, even in America, if you show up at certain hospitals, you don't have insurance, they're not going to treat you. You just get out of here. You- We're not going to treat you for free. In a lot of places, I know that's how it is. But the money that these guys have, right? The money that actually the top five companies have, Facebook, uh, App-
Microsoft.
Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, and who else am I missing? There's a fifth one, Tesla, okay, Elon.
Yeah.
Their 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 net worth, just these five guys, right? They could fix a lot of problems in the world, but they're not gonna do it. They're not.
But the point is basic here, and you was these are just 4 and 5 people, okay, with the 5 or 4 companies, okay.
Hmm.
Now, when you understand that your son is able to handle workload of your home, workload of around your home, workload like to manage your home, you should give the responsibility to him,
Hmm.
because you will not be ever for here. It's it's what can I say here to it? Because everyone must have to go this
True.
world, leave this world. It's
Hmm.
a true thing, okay? So if you have one thing true, so what you are giving to the next generation or next to your son or your natives or your around your relatives, or how you treat them, how you manage them. Have you ever think about the neighbors, that are they living right, or are they eating uh, healthy food, or are they uh, in a good stream, etc.
Yeah.
So these five having just only 5 minds, 5 brains.
Yep.
Now, as a hypothetically, as I say here, they must forget this to think about for the next generation, or through their aspect, they are on the top of the mountain, or top of the anything you can assume here.
Yeah.
So they are on the top of. So how they can be missed the public which are at the bottom, or at the uh, bottom line.
Mm.
So we just don't depend on these.
Yeah.
The globally public have to understand that why are you just depending on these?
Yeah.
Yeah, Google is a fine thing. Google is a good thing. YouTube is a very, very beautiful thing. The YouTube given me you like person, and but it's not just thing. The meeting of each other is another thing. The criteria we are discussing is another thing. But the right thing is the right time, the solution which we have required here to evolve or revolutionize in between the public, which is not even everybody is busy in just his business, his daily routines, and trying to generate miserably few bucks or few just money and just come to his comfort zone.
Yeah.
No one is thinking about those who are not be able to even in an example, I will also share you those who are disabled.
Mm.
There are there are many things we build for disabled like earring, which are deaf, so we generate and earplugs for those who can hear very well. Uh, the people who have eyes issue, we have built glasses for those, and public those have not hands or fingers or legs or whatever so disability, we have built multiple component and the robotics thing for them, but are they able to buy or capable to have those components or those things, are these public able to, have we measured, we always measure the market size before we are planning, but we do not concern when we produce the market product available in our market area, that how many of the market have get access to our product, and they have actually the right uh, get access to or get what can the right word here, I don't have in my mind how they are just are they taking advantage, yeah,
Yep.
advantage of your product, are they using your product, or are they able or capable of buying your product, are they buying, are they not buying, so
Right.
they are just like, I was recently view a video. I don't use videos many times or watching reels or many videos, but few videos I just watch and let's on search on those things. Like I was hearing that the Nvidia, the chipsets
Right.
are getting expensive day by day. So I just in my mind came that we must have to support China here. Why? Because China is trying to bring the world down to the uh, in the trade section.
Yeah.
That why are you growing your prices up by up 40%? If you are generating your work like this web application, or if you locked your 40% of sales with a single person,
Mm-hmm.
now the 60%, how can you manage the whole globe with the 60%? Can you manage? No, it's not even you can imagine. So how you can cut your cost, because you the 40% where you have subjective with the government authorities and the other ones on whatever, so are the least rate,
Yeah.
but the 60% having a huge market rate which evaluates your profit and loss balanced here. So it's your balance sheet, man. Where is the humanity balance sheet?
Yeah.
Where
Exactly.
goes that?
Yeah. But also, you remember, human greed has no bounds, right? And as we illustrated earlier, as I illustrated earlier, there are five. I mean, there are more than that. There are more billionaires in the world, but now these top guys, these top industry, these five guys, and these are five people out of almost 8 billion of us in the world. Okay, these only five people who are uh, uh, creating industries that essentially touches just about everybody on the planet, either directly or indirectly. They touch everybody's lives, and because of the capitalistic mindset, if it doesn't turn a profit, they're not interested. If something is not bringing a return, they are not interested to touch it, even if it's going to save lives, even if it's going to eradicate poverty. They're not interested, because if there's no money in it, they're not going to invest. Whether it's cancer, a cure for cancer, whether it's diabetes, whether it's sickle cell, whatever you can think of, they're not going to
Exactly.
address it if they can't make a dollar out of it. That's the main problem. It's greed. It's the
So,
capitalistic mindset.
no, it's what could I say here? Recognize it with the which word that it's not a dystopia. It's a more than it's insane thing. Like if a car can run with the water,
Hmm.
so why we buy the gasoline or fuel or petrol here, and why we are generating a war for oil and gases here? If a car can run, if a car engine can run with water,
Hmm. But yeah,
so
why wouldn't they do it? They're not gonna do it because it's gonna be hard to regulate. Imagine if you could. I mean, there are engines that run on hydrogen, right? Because with water you could basically create hydrogen, or you could create any sort of derivative to power an engine. But if that's the case, where you could just go to any river or any water source, you just fill up your car and you're good to go for miles and miles and miles without having to go to a gas station. There, it's going to disrupt the world order. Is going to disrupt a lot of industries, transportation, air travel, uh, the tax
shipping
system.
industries.
So they're not going to allow that to happen, because if it runs on water, that means now you're going to have to restrict access to every river, every lake, every ocean. You can't. So they're not going to allow that to happen. That's the reason. It's
No,
diabolical.
but it's not this in the sense you are already just earning from the toll taxes and the other taxes, and you can without asking you can add the taxes as well. So if this can be possible, or maybe because if you can generate anything and you believe this thing can be generated by me like you, and you can possibly make it or generate it, and the other side, if a person can be having a possibly way of generating a car engine with running with the water, so why they do not respect, uh, like you can assume here, like, okay, Amar is here.
Amara, what's going on?
Hey,
What's up?
what's up?
Good, good. Yeah, we're having a conversation with Amir. Yeah, welcome, Amar.
Hmm. You, Amir. Okay.
Yeah,
Amir is a new guy.
fellow Pakistani. So you guys chop it up.
Hello, Amar,
Amir,
how are you?
Amir, how are you? Amir, like I was talking about Pakistan yesterday with NDO. I'm sure that you are aware of the Pakistan's conditions. You can maybe sometimes tell him that what the Pakistanis feel, so he could feel us too.
No, buddy, Amar, I'm not describing such thing here to feel like, but my scope is on a global level. That there are many people, like you see the Iran, like you see the Somalia, like you see the Palestine and other countries as well. What are the brutal behavior with the humans going here? And we were talking about such thing to can publicly people can handle these things, or is there a solution, or can a possible way to solve such? I don't think so. There is any possibility, but the time must come. Then a possibility will be avail in certain regions or certain criteria with the remarkable people, legendary people, because the history is not gonna remove itself. History must revive itself in some other terms, but it must revive.
Well said. Yeah. Every single country in the world went through a lot of strife to get where they are today. And you have to you have to look back into history to see what exactly has transpired over the centuries, the past centuries, and see exactly where you are today is not exactly where you're going to be in a decade from
Exactly.
now or 50 years from now. Yeah, the
50 years.
connection is kind of weird today, huh? I lost you guys.
Mhm.
Yeah, go ahead.
So 50 years ago, there wasn't. People just assuming about AI, and now we are just playing with AI.
Yep.
So how do you think about the robotics and AI agentic revolutionary, like as per your discussion and the things I have measured and gathered with the document I have provided you. So, how do you think about that? Is it possible with the 2035 that the human gets such robot with which possibly like behave
Mm,
such close or such like human?
yeah. Well,
Yeah,
yeah, I think it's too early to say, right? But I think with cooler heads will prevail. What I mean by that is the fact that we are we are basically in uncharted territory. So we can only speculate as to what's going to happen next year, what's going to happen in 3 years, in 5 years, in 10 years. But me being the eternal optimist, I'm very optimistic about the future, about AI, about agentic AI, about anything related to futurism. I'm quite optimistic. But of course, as you know, whenever we make leaps and bounds in terms of technology and human endeavor, there are always two sides to that coin, right? There's always
exactly.
good and evil. And you can bet your bottom dollar that a lot of uh, a lot of bad actors, they're going to use AI to their advantage to take advantage of people to do bad things. And we have to hope, we have to pray and hope that the good actors are going to outnumber the bad actors, and which is how it's always been, right? Now with AI, it's no different than when people started doing crime on. I think we lost. Oh,
Yeah, we came back,
yeah. Okay, cool.
reconnected.
So we have to look at it in the with a microscopic lens, and then also we got to pull back at the end of the day and say, you know what, when the internet proliferated, when everybody, well, not everybody, when most people in the world had access to the internet, because in the beginning it was more of a elite type commodity, where if you didn't have if you didn't belong to a certain income bracket, you couldn't afford internet because it was expensive and it was not everywhere, right? But then when the
Same
internet,
goes
you
same
know,
goes for every technology, right?
yeah, when the internet
Yeah,
proliferated, what ended up happening is you had a lot of people that used it to develop, e-commerce, to do a lot of things like Jeff Bezos. He took advantage of it. He started Amazon selling books, secondhand books, and a lot of other
Mm.
companies, right? But then
This
also
too.
you had scammers who took advantage of the internet to scam people. But are there more scammers on the internet than good people? No. There are more good people on the internet than bad people, than scammers. And it's the same thing with AI. AI, let's hope that the good people using AI to do good will be way bigger than the bad actors who are actually using AI to clone people's voices. I mean, it's been happening. They clone your grandmother's voice, and then
I,
basically they call and
I
say,
mean, like
"Hey,
it's
grandma, I'm in the hospital. I need money." And then grandma doesn't know anything about AI, and the voice sounds exactly like you. Even if you do a video call, you could put a filter that looks just like the person you're trying to impersonate. Those scams are already happening, but are they the majority?
exactly.
No, they're not the majority. So we got to look at it from anything that we're going to do from this point on. There's always going to be a good side and a bad side, and the good side will always be the majority.
hopefully, like there is a lot of people are using Grok AI to like manipulate people's pictures.
Yep.
And Elon Musk and like XAI Grok were very criticized for this, at X. Uh, so like I thought, okay, I mean the ones doing it is still not AI. It's the humans using AI, right? Like that's like saying that okay, I will crash, crash my car into a house and then I will blame the car. That's not how it works, right? If you are using something to do bad, you are to blame, not the tool, right?
Oh yeah, no, we all agree. We all agree with that. But
Mhm.
same
Exactly.
thing. I mean, it's the same thing when the internet scammers. The internet's not bad. It's the scammers who used it to do bad things. So
Every technology is
you
neutral.
agreeing with what we're saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Hmm.
absolutely. Okay. Also, okay, like I wake up today and I saw this new model research paper, Cosmos AI scientist. Uh, uh, I dropped a post about it on X. If you want, you can check it and you can read the paper yourself. That AI, I can brief some it to you, but that was very amazing. And I read the paper, and like it made 7 independent discoveries of it on its own. Four of them were novel contributions to the scientific literature to code the research paper itself, and three of them were independent discoveries, which like weren't exposed to the model, but they already are discovered, but it independently discovered those
Hmm.
three things. This is what AI should be used for, right? This is what AI should use for, not you know, not for weird purposes like manipulating people's images and all that, creating fake videos about people or their voices.
Yeah.
Like
I agree, but you're always gonna have those people who they don't see things in a positive way that all right they could make discoveries, they could use it to solve real world problems. What they'll do is they'll go for the low hanging fruit, and it's the same thing. Not to get off topic, but when the internet got really popular, proliferated, what was the most popular search um, terms on the internet? What do you think it was?
I don't know. Probably. I don't know. You tell.
Porn.
Oh yeah, exactly. You're right.
You see? So why
Yeah,
weren't
yeah,
yeah
exactly. You're right.
why weren't people searching for physics or math solutions? Why weren't people searching for geological discoveries? Why weren't they looking into particle physics? No, that's people are people have the capacity to do great things, but also they have the capacity to do really stupid things.
Even the world or the globe is distributed in these things like in the top of is uh, a way to distract people with the porn, with the drugs, with the addictive things like in such manners, whatever you call so, a
Mm-hmm.
bad part.
Yeah. And to bring it back to Amar's point, yeah, I mean the tools are there. The tools are there to be used, but remember the tools cannot use themselves. And it's the same thing. The one of the main problems in America is the gun violence problem, right? Uh,
But
you've never
uh,
seen a gun walking down the street and then start shooting at people. It's people with guns in their hands shooting other people. So the guns
Mm,
are not the problem. They are part of the problem, but they're not actually the root cause of the problem. It's people.
mm,
But in
exactly.
addition to the Amar points, I will raise one more thing here. Like you both of having seen that the dark web.
Yep.
Can you guess or can
Heard of
you
it.
tell me that why it's generated or why it's made? What the purpose of the made
Uh,
for?
This dark web is basically, stuff that is not usually up onto the
I
normal
know that
internet.
stuff, man, but why? Why it's generated? What's the necessity? What was the necessary point
I
of
mean,
generating such?
you cannot hire a man and pay him to kill someone on the normal internet or on X or
That
Instagram,
means
right?
it's generated with the bad reasons, bad thinking, or behind the story is we have eliminates the bad power to the bad people in their hands. It's just like it's working like this way.
Unfortunately, yes.
It's sad, isn't it?
Possibly, it's
Of course,
very sad.
very, very sad. Humanity should be going to a positive way. It is going to be at a positive way, hopefully. And I, like I think that AI can fix a lot of things in these manners. Not immediately, obviously, but in the long term, next 5, 10 years, 20 years, I think AI will make philosophy and critical thinking and education ubiquitous. And when that happens, these people will, so like their psychology. Let me tell you something. Why do people commit crimes or do scams or do bad things? Why do you think is that?
Because they just have a bad brain or having a bad growing grow up or the bad whatever the childhood it must be belongs to the psychological point here, raising a psychological point here that
Hmm,
why a person
absolutely.
is trying to commit such thing, why is a person is trying to approaching someone's in, even though intellectual property, even it's an intangible part of, but they are trying to stole, or they are trying to grab, or making these things for their uses or for their, I don't know why, but it's the basic thing in instinct, which is in blood, which is in their grow up, their childhood and their philosophy and their psychology. It's just built up. And after that, they just felt like it's just nothing. It's just nothing. You are ruining, you are just ruining someone's life, or some, killing someone, or just
Do you know? Do you
vanishing
know that
someone.
how many people? So okay, so I was reading about I mentioned to Enyo this yesterday. I was reading this book, "Man's Search for Meaning" by Viktor Frankl. He was a prisoner in the concentration camps of the Nazi Germany. Uh, like the brutality there was so like I cannot even describe it how brutal it was. And I was like, how can a person, how can a human who has a heart do these things? Has the or has even the audacity or thought of doing these things, like anyone who's too weak, any woman, any children, even infants, if they weren't able to work, they were sent to gas chambers immediately, where they were like told that they're going to sharps. This was during World War II. They were told
Yeah,
they're going to showers. And when the people used to go there, the gas, the dangerous gas, they used to open the path for the dangerous gas to enter in the room, and the people used to die within minutes. And a lot of people were gathered there in the basements where gases were
bunkers.
released.
Yeah,
It
I
was
remember.
hundreds of people at the same time, thousands of people in a day. It was very horrifying. So, like, what made those people Nazis or the grand guy Adolf Hitler? Like, how can he, as a human, do these type of things that we people like me and you cannot even think about? You know, like
So,
it's a psychology, ideology plays a huge role in these type of things. Like so, like a person has certain beliefs because there's psychology, there's neurology behind it. There are certain neural pathways in your brain that are formed when you form a belief, and the more you
yeah.
believe in that thing over time, the more powerful those neural pathways become. This is the reason why people have certain ideologies or psychologies or beliefs. Hitler hated Jews, and this is the neurology behind it. You may hate something too, and this is the thing behind it. Being aware of it is the advantage. It lets you know that there is a certain thing why I believe in something, so that might not be true or not necessarily be right. So I have to open my mind if what I am believing in is untrue to change my mind. This is something that people should always in their have in their mind, and this is called in philosophy critical thinking, which is very very important for every single person on earth. And AI can teach that in a very, very efficient way. This is why like I like this technology, artificial intelligence, so much. It can basically solve humanity's biggest of problems. You know, if you want to be a multiplanetary species, you're not going to send humans directly on Mars. You have to first send robots to build to colonize it in a way that when humans go there at Mars, they are able to sustain themselves. Uh, that comes from AI, right? And a lot of other things come from AI too. So like, if there is no AI in the future, there is no future for humanity. That's my belief. Not in the existential way, obviously, like humanity can survive, but they won't be able to thrive, in which they won't be able to be extraordinary civilization, you know without AI. That's my belief.
Absolutely. I mean,
So
you've heard the phrase, once you let the genie out of the bottle, there's nowhere to put it back. And this is where we are.
exactly.
AI is here, and it's here to stay, and we're gonna evolve with it, and we're gonna adapt. And those who don't adapt, they're gonna be left behind, just like in any other advancement that we have made throughout the centuries, right? People had to adapt. People are afraid because a lot of people are afraid that, well, we're gonna lose our jobs, we're gonna do this. Well, no, no, we should be going.
We are going to be extinct.
Yeah, we gotta embrace it.
Amir,
Be
what do you
smart.
think about this AI? Yeah, yeah, and you're right. Amir and you, what do you guys think about this even like people like Jeffrey Hinton who are at the top of AI research, they are passing statements like AI is an existential threat for humanity. So what do you guys think about this? And I will later tell you what I think about it from my
Mm,
honest perspective.
yeah, go
First of
ahead.
all, I would
Go ahead,
want
Amir. Yeah, let Amir answer first.
to.
Amir, did you hear the
Look, I
question?
don't have, yeah, exactly. I heard that, but I don't have such so much research with the concern publicly here, like who have researching on the AI. But I must read those things like new upcoming in the market and the vulnerability, vulnerable parts of the AI, like as we were talking about uh, the crime parts and the bad parts and the bad aspects here. So if we assume that here in the history, in the past, we have killed people, many of people, billions of people we have killed through the techs. So how can AI not be able to a part of such thing? Because right now it's a controlled part in with few companies with few people. But if you also have VL JEPA, new research came from, I don't have a keen research on, but I
Yeah,
just
real Japa, right? You talk about that from Meta, right?
exactly. So,
That was an amazing model, bro. And like that model is probably going to replace maybe LLMs. You have to check it out, man. This was amazing. It's not open source. That's the problem, or else I would have tinkered with it. Please
Which
continue
one?
with your. So
but
there was this research paper released by Meta. In which they released this new model called VLJEPA.
Oh yeah, I saw. I
It,
saw that.
suddenly.
I saw that.
Oh, yeah, it's amazing. I'm definitely going to tinker with it once that's out. And Amr, you can continue, please.
so such research can possibly making the humans elimination in the part of in the sense of that they are also having a bunch of new chances, bunch of new conditions and things to drop crimes with the new ways. Because as a philosophy I'm sharing here, a person from the India that was saying the who was the first inventor in the part of any tech. It was a person who's committed crime. Like if you are creating a security app here, so who will break the security? The theft, the stealing person, the stealing one who is trying to breach or trying to break the rules. So he was the first inventor basically who invent the way to break it. But it was actually what can you say unethical or unmannered or so how can the society be um, res- respecting them or how can society be uh, generating themselves to be a part or a community part. Okay, in same example, I must also include here the Amar. You must know about, and you didn't use NDO, the pirate base. even if you have used any software or anything from to download from there and use it. So what are they doing with the technology? They are also grabbing the intellectual properties and the things to publicly for persons who are generating like their massive things and their time with their so with the tech you are vulnerable at any stage. You can't be secure at any sense, at any place or any way when you are with the tech. But with the industry, like in the weaponry industry, in the ammunition and the other parts, like you can manipulate the people. Like as well, before you Amar was joining, we were talking about the oil industry and the other things, and I was saying to India that if a car can run with the water, maybe you heard about Amar that a person here who have claimed that the car can be run with the water. Whatever, so I knew the industry will revolutionize here. Even the electric car is invented here. Why you have given a chance to the electric vehicles to bring in the market? Is this a solution? So why the water solution can't be evolved in such market? Why? Because there are certain people they are remarking the crime or they are behind the crime. They are especially producing the people's psychology. They are polishing. They are educating in such crime to them. They are supporting them in some way, in through their um, certain activities or capitalistic mindsets, or through their ventures, or through whatever. So you can assume here. So the new technology, the affirmative or the normal person is always be in the sense of using the tech with the right way. Like when there wasn't a WhatsApp, so we were be using just other apps or dealing with few and fighting with few other apps. But when it comes to WhatsApp, so many things get settled down and handled with this application. But nowadays you can stole someone's OTP. You can even um, grab someone's numbers and records and other thing. So the vulnerability level is still there. There is no such secure part on such application or such things or such text. We need to understand the industry behavior here and the people who are attached with the industry or who are driving the industry in their own way.
Hmm. So, NDU, what do you think about that?
No, absolutely. Look, the the main thing we got to realize, right? So, Amir raised some very interesting points, and then we talked about it at length before you joined the stream. Um, for instance, let's go back to the car situation, right? If cars could run on hydrogen, basically you go to any water source, fill up, and you just keep it moving. You don't have to pay anybody because water is abundant, and it talks to to a larger agenda that has been implemented across the globe, and that agenda is going to be very difficult to dismantle or to revert back to a time where you cared about your neighbor, you cared if somebody didn't have anything to eat, you care about low crime rate, you cared about um, humanity, okay? Where a time where people didn't necessarily have to lock their doors when they leave certain places. And let me give you an example. There are certain places in the world who are actually close to that, what we call a utopia. Because remember, Amir, what we were talking about earlier, we talked about utopia
Exactly, exactly.
and dystopia, right? Um,
Yeah,
a place on the planet right now that's actually closer to a utopia, but it is seem as being closer to utopia because of laws that are in place, because of a deterrent or multiple deterrents that are in place. You know what that place is? You know where that place is? Guess, Amar, what do you think it is?
Uh, I think Europe is in these terms pretty good, I guess.
Nope, not even. What about you, Amir?
places
A place,
Dubai.
Dubai, yes.
like
Dubai is the closest place to a utopia. You know, you want me to explain to you why? It is the closest place to a utopia. You can actually walk out of your car, leave the car running with the keys inside, leave your phone on the rooftop or on the anywhere, leave your wallet with money in it. You could go have a meal at a restaurant, come back, all your stuff will be there.
And that is not possible in Pakistan, to be honest.
That is not possible anywhere else on the planet. That is not possible anywhere else on earth. Okay. And the reason why it's like that in Dubai, because there are severe penalties if you, because they have CCTVs, everything
They
is
take your
monitored.
hands for
You're dead.
stealing.
Yeah, they'll cut off your hands. You do it again, you're dead. Okay. So human beings, of course, we crave that utopia, sort of like living the utopia environment, but the human propensity to do stupid things, to do dumb things, supersede that that want to have a place where you don't have to lock your door. You don't have to worry that if you send your child to the corner store, he's going to get abducted or there's going to be something bad happen to your child. Where in Dubai, you don't have that. You don't have that because they have laws in place, even in traffic. If you if you cut somebody off in traffic and then you flip them off, you give them the middle finger or you say something rude, you use bad language, you could get arrested. You go to jail for that in Dubai.
Mhm.
but
Mm.
but here's the thing that it's what is the common here between the Dubai and the whole globe here right now, which is the managerial point. I
Mm,
think so. If you agree here, the managerial point here, like the both places are managed by the humans
yeah.
who are working there in Dubai, the humans, and the who are working in the UK and here Pakistan or somewhere else, US and India and elsewhere. Same here, human. Why these human can't manage or nor want to manage? I don't know what's the reason behind, but as I said before, this is a proper agenda. If you are not be able to eat, not be able to get proper sleep, not be able to fulfill yourself, even your household selves. So you must be distracted with these things. So how can you be think like a global level or global
Mm.
assumptions things or the measuring points
Mm.
like you must be in the a ball and you just jump over and see how others are working. It's just like it's just nothing. It's a managerial point, and a bigger voice can shake the world here, as I assuming here, because what was Dubai 50 years ago? Nothing.
Good point.
There, there was nothing. The World War One and Two wasn't fought by. Dubai or the Gulf GCC or whatever you say. So who was in those wars? The other countries,
Mm-hmm.
which are even still uh, handling such agenda or a part of such agenda, or they have a huge measuring points to grab from, like as in one scope or one word, dystopia. They are just manipulating the dystopia in many agendas, like how they should have to treat with poor people, how should they should have to treat with the struggling peoples, progressive people, how they should have to treat with entrepreneurs, new startups and handlers, even though AI is controlling by them. You can't be use it without a single person who is who having a managed family. So you can't buy such a PC where you can run local LLMs on his their PCs. So why? The criteria should increasing day by day. They are measuring us, not we are measuring. We are just instinct with our, and we are just what can you say? We just are stuck here. Yeah, we just stuck in our social lives, or it's not social, but the families and financial and such conditions, and we should haven't
Mm-hmm.
even think about it before sleep or after sleep or even in a week, in a week, even in a month. You just even think about when it's come my salary, when it's come the customer pay my payment, when it come my commission came back, and how I manage my taxes, and how my I will manage my bills and the children
Mm.
feces and the food criteria. Oh, there might be
Right.
mixing in the milk and no. One thing you must agree with me, Amar, here. Look, uh, uh, Andio,
Mm-hmm.
tell me one thing. You drink milk? Do you drink milk?
Yeah.
I don't.
What? What?
Uh,
You
well,
don't like it?
well, first of all, it's not that I don't like it. I'm mildly lactose intolerant because if I
Okay,
drink
okay,
milk,
okay.
my system just rejects it. I get bloated, I get gassy,
Okay.
and I have stomach problems.
Mhm.
Is is the
Okay,
milk
okay.
is the milk is consuming by your family or in your house? Yes or no?
Right now, no.
Okay. In your neighbor, someone use the milk? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. How how 1 liter milk is costing at your country or
Geez.
your state or your part or your city?
Yeah.
India doesn't live in a single country.
Yeah, because I travel a lot, but if I were to say, in the States, if you buy, usually you buy a gallon of milk. Last time I bought a
Yeah.
gallon of milk, it wasn't even for me, it was for somebody else. I think it was like 4.99, let's say $5 or so. But I'm sure it's much more expensive now. I don't even track what prices of milk is anymore, but I'm assuming it's probably a lot
It's
more.
just an example.
In fact, I could check right
It's
now.
just an example.
Hmm.
No, it's okay. It's just $5. We just assume it because we just let the example go ahead, and hypothetically we are working here with huge criteria. So it's just a base thing. Let
Hmm.
it go. So it's about $5. So $5 is in your country, and the your country's population is about I'm not. Let me
320
guess.
million.
It's yeah. So it's about a fourth or fifth number in the population list. So this is the milk is in $5 in such country which having 3.2 million or billion peoples, and the India and the Pakistan and the other countries having same system of generating milk, but they having such cost differently.
Hmm.
because they don't have a criteria to feed their cattle or feed their such animals which are producing milk. So this is not the issue which they have uh, out about. They have even generate the issue here that you must have to maintain a cost, because the point is when these things are not regulated by uh, any government industry or any government part, commissionized by any government part. So still the milk was selling at
Mm-hmm.
there, at here, at anywhere. But there was a cost depend on the criteria what the shopkeeper or the what the middle supply chain having the bear the fully cost and regulate it a certain price which evaluate by their own selves.
Mm-hmm.
But now the market have generated research and they have regulated it, and after regulation they are stuck on and strict with the point that the milk must have to be sell on such prices. So how can be the people think about a bigger agenda if they are stuck with the eggs, with the vegetables, with the
Absolutely.
milk, with the fish, with
Absolutely.
the
Now,
medicines, with
here's the deal. Like
how can
yeah, you don't think about going to Mars when you have to pay your bills or you're worried about paying your bills,
exactly,
or you have to, you're struggling to, buy food. You don't think about going to Mars or building AGI or all that and such, you know. Like, okay, why do you think that the Islamic golden age of science collapsed? Why do you think is that? It's because the internal politics collapsed. People were hungry. People started fighting. There were revolutions. Entire governments changed. All that political stability and prosperity in the nation is what leads to think better. You know, America can think of going to Mars because they have the resources. If Pakistan is stuck with, as you mentioned, milk prices, egg prices, giving vegetables, all that, like how are people going to think about going to Mars there, where they have to worry about whether they will get the dinner tomorrow or not? That's not going to happen, right?
exactly,
That doesn't happen in the real world.
Good. Yeah, fair point. Because when you're stuck in survival mode, you're not thinking about things
so
that do
basically,
not impact your life on a daily basis. As Amar mentioned, when you're thinking about where's my next meal is going to come from, that's your priority number one. Because without that meal, that means you're not going to survive. So there's no point thinking about, and you don't have the mental capacity, right? To think about AGI, to think about LLMs, to think about building whatever you think you have the capacity to build. What you focus on is based survival, especially if you have a family to feed, right? You're gonna think rationally and say, you know what? Am I gonna spend the rest of my day dreaming about Mars where I can't feed myself nor my children? That's gonna be your priority
Mm,
number one.
absolutely.
so basically you have maintained by. I mean, you do you is meanwhile for everyone that everyone is maintained by an agenda, which agenda even the person having an imaginary view, having an psychological view that how he could handled by someone a bigger level through at the bottom, how he is or how their lives are distracted by someone's agenda or handled by someone's agenda. So it's from the bigger level, not from the middle or between us level. Okay, now here's another example I have to prove it. Like Amar will agree here if he's better in history. That and also and you must be if you have read about the Asian's history. Then while the British come over here at that time, I just have read through the research or through the Google that when British come over the Asia and they just uh, placed themselves in Hindustan or that was a single state at that time, Pakistan and India. So the dollar was the $1 was $4 having 1 rupee is equal to 1 rupee. $4
Dollars existed back then. I don't know. I didn't know actually.
exactly. What are you talking about, man? The dollar was existing. So at that time, the dollar was uh, one uh, 1 rupee in $4. So the exchange rate. Okay. So
Come.
the aspect of the Asia at that time, the Hindustan, the aspect and the region was totally going on like a utopia
Uh, you
way.
are you are you are you are. I have to correct you at this point. The British East India Company. You know that what you're
Yeah,
talking
exactly.
about.
You're right, Neil. You're
They,
getting
they
right.
came to the subcontinent in around 1600s. I don't know the exact year. Let me just search for it. Uh, so in the early 1600s, right? But the dollar as a currency was formed in 1785, and they came in around 1608. There was this difference of 180 years. Uh, like, how can there be $4 is equal to 1 rupees when there is no dollar? Because dollar
No,
was
it
founded in
wasn't
or
the dollar.
started in.
The currency of the day was the sterling, the pound sterling. That was the currency of the day when the East Indian Company colonized pretty much the entire uh, you know the entire sub-Asian continent and the entire African continent, or partly. It was the pound sterling, not the dollar.
Mm,
So I was just exemplary for the dollar.
okay.
No, you just resume it pound. Okay. So the region had at that time is just like a utopia. They are just living happily. They have their own communities, own cultures, and own systems, and they don't need the vehicles and the components anymore. They just live like happy life, like a normal way. We just assume a utopia thing. So when the British come over here, they just rule, they just manage or managerial way applied, and after that they just have distributed all the uh, territories uh, and the other things like departments of governments and the implementation new rules and regulation and the conditions and policies bunch of things they have additionally added, but they just ruin the utopia part of the region. Is it agreed point right now here or not? Have any question about?
Well, for sure, you got to look at it this way, right? The when it comes to conquests of different empires throughout history, it's always been um, a game
Because
of.
I'm trying to define the way of injecting the agenda.
Mm, well,
It's my point.
yeah. Well, let me lay it out for you. Why the agenda became what it is, and why it's still enforced to this day. You got to look at it this way.
Mhm.
When it comes to conquests, when it comes to put it in simpler terms, colonization or dominance, right? It's the
Mhm.
law of the jungle. Okay, the the strongest dominate,
The powerful,
the powerful
yeah,
dominates, the weaker ones suffer. And whichever way we want to look at it, okay, whichever way we slice it, the the societies or the majority of the people who are at the top of the food chain, so to speak, who are they? We know who they are. You see, and the reason they are where they are, it's not because they're smarter than anybody else. It's because they are better at not giving not giving a flying F about anything else, about anybody else. And because of superior weaponry, that's one of the reasons why they managed to conquer the whole planet. Everywhere you go, and even right now, you and I, okay, what language are we speaking? Hmm?
mainly English.
Exactly. Is English your your mother tongue? Is English an indigenous language of Pakistan?
No.
Exactly.
Amir, how old are you? Amir,
Yeah,
how old are you?
I'm 40.
Okay, okay, and you can continue.
Yeah, you see, when you look at it to the standpoint of who's dominating, who creates the rule, which society has the reach that they have. That's because they were able to exert their superior power, the superior firepower, their dominance, because they were in a position to subdue everybody else. Whether it was, whether it was through religion, whether it was through uh, firepower, cannons, small weapons, hyper machine guns, whatever it is now, of course, now superior power, nuclear power, and all that. It's because they wanted to basically rule over everybody else. And to bring it back to the point, this is the reason why we're speaking English right now. This is the reason why wherever you go, everybody asks you, well, when people relate to money, what's at the top? It's always the US dollar. That's because they wanted to dominate. They wanted to put themselves in a position, and that's why wherever you go, if anybody wants, they tell you, well, the English language is the language of business. Why should it be that way? And again, why it's that way? Because of dominance. Let me put it to you this way as well. A child in America, when they're studying astrophysics, right? When they're studying medicine, when they're studying architecture, what language are the textbooks in? They're in English. But now,
Obviously.
if you go to a lot of other countries, right? For instance, let's take for instance in um, Ecuador,
Russian.
right? Most of their
Mm-hmm.
most of their textbooks for higher learning, yeah, are in English. So imagine a kid who grew up speaking Spanish, and they speak Spanish at home 24/7. Now, when he goes to school, learning becomes a switch for him. Now he has to switch. So his retention level is not going to be the same as if his textbooks were in Spanish, right? When you go to China, when kids are learning how to code, when kids are learning how to, when they're, working on machine learning, medicine, whatever field, architecture, engineering, what language do you think their textbooks are in? They're in Mandarin Chinese. And
Mm.
then when they take an elective class to learn English, it's because it's an elective. It's not a must. It's like, well, you gotta speak English. No, China, they don't need to speak English to function in China. They only learn it if they want to do business with the outside world, but then that's not their priority. The priority is Mandarin Chinese to learn about, and that's their culture, their curricula, right? The curriculum is all based on their natural languages. So when a child goes through the school system, he doesn't have to go through a switch to actually learn the languages he grew up speaking. That's the same language he learns. And the main problem is, even a lot of other places in Africa, a lot of places in Central and South America, in Asia, a lot of the textbooks are in English. In the places that were colonized by the French, the textbooks are in French. It shouldn't be that way. How can you assert your dominance on a whole nation now? You're not gonna learn in your native language anymore. You're gonna learn in my language. You see the problem?
And yeah, I'm partially agree with you. Uh, like 80% or maybe more than 80. But here I'm with you can, if you can understand that English is not exactly, it's also your native language, but you can also resolve these thoughts like English is the biggest language I have seen in my experience. Like it having a huge space of words and huge space of to placement with itself, within itself. To you can have a emotion, you can define it with word. You can have a uh, any thought, anything you have, you can define with the words, in commercial words and law words and other many types of the language system. So English is a biggest language, and in comparison with the other languages like such other countries, but not the few. As here, I'm just confusing. Like the Chinese are just dominating by their own, and the Japanese and the other few countries like Korea, and they are just going through with their own language. Yeah, but they, if they have any concern with the other world and the part of the world, they just need to understand the English. Okay, now the currency issue. It must having at least a currency which can be exchangeable. No, it must have dollar. You can also think that way. It's a dominating part. But on the language side, I don't think so. I'm partially agree here. But the currency side, it's just a resolvable part that the dollar can be used at anywhere in the world. You can, if the public or the countries are able to be handle the other currencies as well, they can be handled. I don't know if it's a part of any agenda or in such terms or in such criteria. It's, but let it be scope in the agenda way. Like why are they just focusing on to grabbing the human life on on just few bugs. They just measure the life of a human with few bugs in the sense that they are not admiring humanity. They are not giving the perspective to every every single person in a parallel or equal divided way. So it's through that, it's through this pain. Maybe I'm a side of a part of a pain, but it's the specified. Why it's specified? Because I don't think so. You must met anybody in the uh, uh, or in your what can say, like in your age, that was speaking or asking you or discussing that the why is the English and the dollar is the dominating things. If the dollar wasn't dominated, the English wasn't dominated, maybe there must be any other things. But these things must not be, or these boxes must not be empty here. They must be filled by something else. Whatever so long language you can recognize here, a mathematical language, a calculus, or a physics language, or whatever so you choose here. But you must require a language here to communicate or globally. So it's not in such part or in such way. Even the currency have same criteria that if you are traveling here and there from Italy to France, then what are you? What will you with, do with your currency? Yeah, it's a digitalized system, but it's right now. Before it, it wasn't any digitalized system, and the pennies and the other things criteria maintained by their uh, current country concerns and structures. But the pain point is the agenda way. They are tolerated by the agenda propagandas, and which is grabbing the human lives, which is demolishing the humanity and their uh, precious lives. Like an example, I'm sharing you. Maybe you heard about a mathematician here from the India, was Ramanujan, which
Mm-hmm.
was just nature's mathematician. Maybe I just assume it like in this way, that he is a natural. He didn't learn from any scientist or any research papers. He just assumed things and described his ways. Now the globe is understanding his uh, credibilities, that how he recognized the things and the
Uh,
solutions and make difficulties.
Ramanujan Ramanujan was very, very mysterious. I've studied about him. His case is very, very mysterious. He just came, gave 1500 plus theorems to the world that he didn't even explain where they come from, and he just died at a young age.
Mhm.
Uh, he used to say that, okay, like when he was asked, where do these theorems or formulas or new, what he discovered in mathematics, where do these come from? He used to say, their Hindu goddess used to come in his dream, and used to tell him these theorems about the nature and formulas about the nature. The goddess used to come in his dreams, and from dreams he used to replicate those in the papers or the in his notebooks. He he never told. that like where exactly they come from. He used to say that these come in my dreams. These numbers, signs, new formulas, new theorems that scientists and mathematicians till they are trying to understand. They used to come in his dreams, and like before he could even give any explanation of all the things that he had invented, he left this world. This was very, very mysterious in my opinion.
Yeah, but he also have got the in what can you say, the admiring and the appreciations at his late stage age. And same way, another example I'm adding here for Nikola Tesla, who have invented the electric. What does his life you can assume about having the issues, and he just faced the agendas for criterias like I don't know about the real story between the Nikola Tesla and the person who have invented the bulb. What was his name?
Listen,
Edison. Yeah, exactly. So they maybe have their some issues, but
they
at
got in a
the
war. It's called War of Currents. It's a very, very famous incident, War of Currents. Edison was trying to preach, or trying to build his DC electricity system, and Tesla was trying to build, and his AC electricity system. So they got into a competition of what electricity should be commercialized and mainstream. Tesla was, of course, the winner, but he still couldn't get rich. Like he's the man who powered the
oh,
entire planet. Not necessarily rich because he didn't want it to be rich. Rich is a pretty a stupid term. I would say that he couldn't, like in people's opinion, he couldn't achieve success in his life. I believe that he was one of the most successful
dominating,
people on the
dominating.
eating what?
He is trying to his self like dominating on the tech. I think so. It's just like yeah, exactly. Man, if you just understand why is trying to breathe tech off, he can even collaborate with the Nikola Tesla. He can collaborate with him. He can support him. He can manage the work collaboration, and they
Actually,
can
actually,
they can explore more. They can evaluate more things. They can generate more things. They can
you're
build
talking
more things. They serve
about
the
Edison, right?
humans in many.
You're talking about Edison, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, guys. I mean, you
Actually,
you have to understand something, right? Amir says something very important here. Edison and Tesla, they could have collaborated, right? They could have created way more interesting or way more tech or things that would benefit humankind. But you have to understand something. Even
Mhm.
in those days, Edison and Tesla, they still had people to answer to. And you know who those people are? The people who actually invest in their endeavors, who funded their research. And it's the same principle today. Even though Tesla was more of a he was more of a liberal, he was more of a benefactor. He wanted his inventions to benefit humankind. Where Edison, on the other hand, he was driven by profit. He was driven by,
That's totally yeah.
you know what I
exactly.
mean? So that's the reason why they could have never collaborated. They could have never get together and create something. They could have if money wasn't involved, but because money was involved, it was impossible
Okay,
for them
so
to collaborate.
let me tell
No,
you two incidents about the two, right? Please, please. So, like, Tesla, when he came to America, he used to work for Edison, right? Like, Edison gave him this task of, getting his DC system better, the motors and all
Exactly,
that.
you are right.
Tesla spent months in improving those. And like Edison, he promised Tesla that he would give him $50,000 if he improves them. He did after months of hard work. And when Tesla, like told him that he had improved his system and this is what it does now, and asked him for the money, guess what Edison did? And do you know that?
Of course, I know.
Okay,
Yeah.
what happened? Edison said that Tesla, you don't understand American humor. This incident pisses me off, bro. And there was this other pretty, amazing story that, like when George Westinghouse, the investor and the partner of Tesla, who later betrayed him, or not betrayed, but because, like he stopped funding him, he was Tesla had worked for his company, Westinghouse Electric, and Westinghouse was trying to, collaborating with Tesla. They were trying to, improve and giving AC systems to the countries and nations and houses of their environment and regions, whatever. The point is that like when the AC system of them, it started going bankrupt at a point, and when like at the start of their company, Westinghouse had told Tesla that for every horsepower of AC power generated, he would give around $3.50 of royalty to Tesla, and until that time, it had generated millions of horsepowers of power. So technically, Tesla could have been a billionaire at that point, technically. But when Westinghouse started to go bankrupt, he asked Tesla that I don't have the money to give you the royalties. And what Tesla did, and this incident shakes my heart. Anyone would have said, okay, then give me my patents back, give me my inventions back, then give your company to me, give your assets to me. Tesla did. He picked up the contract that he signed with years ago with Westinghouse. He tore apart the contract and he said that I don't work for money. I don't invent for money. I invent for humanity.
So I'm totally agree with you here because if you are going to work for humanity, you must need a certain time to understand the humanity, time by time, limit by limit, situation by situation, phases by phases, level by level, stages by stages. You must have multiple categories and criteria here to understand, and your scope is uh, getting expand by depth, by ages, because your criteria is growing through the system under the systems updations and new upgradations, like the public having issues. And if you, it's like just you are building an application, you must have to assume that a person who have weak eyes must also have a usage of your app. If a person haven't uh, if a person having hearing issues, so it must also use your app. So you must fulfill the criteria for everyone. So the scope is going expand. So this is the issue with the humanity resolution when you got applied to. But you can you can change the criteria and structure and make it more reliable, more perfect with the managerial essentials things in the fundamentals. by evaluating those things. But the agenda must stop you. Here in the history, you must go through every aspect. There must be a few agendas which is grabbing these things. Nowadays, we are just from the Nikola Tesla's research, what we are assuming that he can bring up more things, more capabilities, more products, more much implementation. But how he could stop? He is stopping by someone, by not a single. I yes, the addition was on his the top of, but not just the addition. There must be a government. There must be a at that time a certain investor. They can help him. They can understand the uh, scope of the resolution which take effect by his uh, efforts, his workings, his so on struggles, which is we talking to each other right now, which we are using through the lights, through the everything. But the main pain is still there, the agenda. Still, the AI is in the handle of such agendas. Now, when Amar, you was not joining, we were also talking about, and I have used in an example with NGO that if you have an eye over the new chipsets coming in the markets and the new hardware pricings, have you checked those things? They are just increasing the prices day by day. They are just showing as well that they are committed 40% of sales with the governmental agreements or whatever so percentage sales, but the burdens are leading by like ourselves, like a middle class sense of people who have to uh, in a progressive way, in a struggling way, who have to eliminate himself from the legacy things to digitalize new era things and the new coming options and criteria. How could you attach with those new upcoming things when while you couldn't use those things you or even utilize the new components when they came to their regions there where they could invent it, so they are just with a certain MRPs, market retail price. But the other region went because it's an internet globe. So when the other region check the industry updates and the amount and the MRPs of those products, they just assume it to buy about or got those things, get those things, uh, but they couldn't possibly because as same way the agenda you and me are sticking by the milk prices, the egg prices, the vegetables thing, the medicines, the government, and the few public and the few industries like as and you mentioned Apple and the Microsoft and a few more are just grabbing the core of human instincts. Even those scientists who are inventing these things not think about it because they have multiple what were they called NDA non-disclosure agreements to they can't share it, the research to others like earliest few weeks ago if you seen the news the China was struggling with the Nvidia's chipsets. Why the scientists not can share the research, not can possibly make a China a biggest country in the world with the top. most population is struggling with the chipsets. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
This is this is not a thing of just maintained by a good people or people that have a utopia like
Yeah,
things.
for sure.
These are
Amir, these are all great points, right? Without without repeating ourselves constantly, it's just
exactly
it's just the way of the world. It's just the way that again the agenda, right, is fixed, and it's nothing's going to happen until a big reset is triggered. The reset will set everything straight. The way people used to barter, the barter system. Okay, I have eggs, you have vegetables. Let's exchange. There was people were not using money at some point, but also look at it.
exactly.
Look at it this way, right? The when it comes to to commerce and the way of the world today, where you just mentioned the way prices are going up, and chipsets are exorbitantly expensive, and then right now, if you go to Amazon, you try to order H1000 to send to Pakistan, they'll tell you it's not available on your country. Okay. Eh,
100%.
yeah, so it's important unless you have somebody in the states who can buy it for you and then bring it to you in Pakistan. Even that could be seen as illegal. Okay. So when you look at it, there's a concerted effort to shut out everybody else except a few select people, right? They will sell the chip to the UK. They will sell it to Australia. They'll sell it to, I don't know, Germany maybe. They sell it to the Netherlands, but they're not going to sell it to a few countries that they deem not worthy of the technology, because under the pretext, well, they might, terrorists might use it, or there are human rights violations in such countries, so they can't use the chips. But it's all geopolitics. Okay, it doesn't mean anything. Let me put it to you this way. When let's
Mhm.
go back to, for instance, Genghis Khan. When Genghis Khan was basically colonizing the whole of Asia, Eurasia, let's call it Eurasia. First of all, let me clarify
Mhm.
something. Europe is not even a continent. Okay, the very
Mhm.
definition of a continent is large masses of land surrounded by water. Okay, Europe is, if you
Uh-huh.
look at the map, you look at Europe and Asia. Europe is a very sliver of area that is attached to Asia. It's Asia. It's not even Europe. Is a thing that these people differentiate themselves because they're special. They want to put themselves in a special category. So Europe is not even a continent. First of all, it's there's six continents. There's not seven. All right. First of all, and when Genghis Khan was roaming, Asia, just colonizing everybody, assimilating what do you think? One of the first things that he used to do is basically uh, either kill all the men who didn't want to join their army, all the able-bodied young men. Okay, the old man, they would, if you had a skill, if you were, a shoe cobbler, if you could make weapons, like you could work with metal, you could work with wood, you had a skill, you would be given a choice. If you were too old, you would be killed. The women would be taken as slaves, as brides, so they could make more of them, right? And they would go
Mhm.
from sector by sector, and then assimilate people. And then one of the things they would do is basically all their statues. They would basically destroy them. If they had literature, they would destroy the literature. They had to speak the language. Okay. When now
Mhm.
fast forward to the Roman Empire. with Caesar and Nero and Brutus and all those guys. What do you think the first thing they did when they started rummaging throughout their area? It was the same thing. First of all, destroy all literature. You destroy their religion. Right now, you're gonna practice my religion. You're gonna speak Latin. You're gonna speak my language. You're gonna eat the same food, and same choices were given to able-bodied men. If you want to live, you got to join our army. If you don't want to, you're dead. The old men, they would be assimilated into the workforce. The women, same thing. You would have to speak the language. All right? So when you
Mhm.
look throughout history, the agenda is always there. So when the British started basically their expedition, and not just them, by the way, when the British started their conquest of the world, with the East Indian Company, they even, colonized. Well, they didn't really colonize India because, well, I guess they did, right? China, they didn't really colonize China, but they created a lot of problems in China. The opium crisis was huge,
Yeah, exactly.
right?
In
So
1959, yeah.
yeah, exactly. So when you look at the history of the world, it's always been the same thing. The Spaniards, right? The Spanish, when they conquered a lot of places outside of Spain, that's why you see a lot of places like Mexico, the Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, Venezuela, Ecuador, right? Costa Rica. All these places speak Spanish. Why? That's because they were colonized by Spain. There were a lot of places in Africa, a lot of places in the Caribbean also that speak French. Why? Because they were colonized by France. You see? So, and in the same thing, all the textbooks are in French. The culture is French. They know about French history. They don't even know about their own history. So it's a matter of survival when these other people establish dominance over another people, is to assimilate you. Therefore, their culture, their way of life, goes into the future. It's survival. But if they don't do that, they won't survive. They'll go extinct. The Maya, right, in South America, they went extinct because they didn't propel their culture. They didn't assimilate. They didn't try to assimilate anybody else. Therefore, they went extinct. The Native Americans, they're almost extinct because when the when the colonizers arrived in America, the first thing they wanted to do was to basically enslave them. But that wasn't possible, so they used other means to decimate them. But now they live in little pockets throughout America and throughout the United States of America and Canada. They live on what they call reserves. You see, so it's always the dominant cultures that assert their dominance through culture, through literature, through even entertainment in the modern world, through history, right? A lot of people know about the history of Christopher Columbus, but if you ask them about the history of their own heroes, they hardly know anything about their own local heroes because all the history was either erased or was either suppressed. Unless you
Exactly, and
search for
that's
it,
why
you're
you
not going to
don't see
find
Nico
out.
artists compared.
Say
You're
that
right
again.
That's why
here,
you
but
better.
we are
Who's talking?
you and you're right here. I'm just saying here one more thing additional. We are surrounded by here just a single topic with multiple uh, examples here. Now, the point is if you see as well through the history of Singapore, that was just nothing. Same opium and the other drugs are injecting to their publicly, and they were at a time get uh, accumulated with the Malaysia, and after that they will separate again. But still, the countries top of leading person, the president or whatever, so in the capacity the person is the same right now. Why? Because they knew how to drive their people, how to manage their people, how our how our community, how our cultural effect or evolve with the other ones. They knew, and now they knew. And before, the person who was preparing himself to understand with such requirements and needs before he applies the managerial ways, that it is the requirement if I need to be here for living for what can you say, here to um, apply his life to his country like no other countries presidents like here in Pakistan, if you just do whatever, so in 5 years, and after that you will run away to the UK and other countries. And this is just a selfless thing. So there are other peoples as well in the history. Those have truly worked for their citizens, their culture, their ways. They updated by time, by region. They updated their rules, their capacities, their terms and policies accordingly, and as per necessity, as per requirements. So the point is, if the AI can help the humanity, I don't think so. If it can be helpful in the sense, so why it is still controlled?
Yeah,
We are trying to.
good point. Good point, Amir. You raise very interesting points, and I'm glad you mentioned Singapore. Right? Have you been to Singapore?
No, I've never been, but through the history I knew.
Okay, cool.
So
Because I lived in Singapore for like 9 months, shy of a year. I lived in Singapore for 9 months. If Singapore is the way it is, you know why? That's because Lee Kuan Yew at the time, the president Lee Kuan Yew had a plan,
yeah,
and
exactly.
a country does not get where it is to the level of Singapore within 25 to 30 years just by chance. It's a concerted effort. It's a meticulously planned agenda that say, you know what, we're in 5 years, this is where we're going to be. In 10 years, this is where we're going to be. 20 years, 25 years, this is where we have to be. And that's how you approach it. And the reason why Singapore is the way it is, much like Dubai, which I mentioned earlier, much like Dubai, that's because there are strict laws to abide by. They still cane you in Singapore if you misbehave. You still get 10 lashes. If you misbehave, there are no ifs and buts. It doesn't matter who you know. It doesn't matter, your father's a politician, your father's a lawyer. It does not matter. You break the law, you pay. That's the only,
Mhm.
because human beings, we have the capacity, again, to do amazing things, but also we have the capacity to be really stupid and don't learn our lessons. And when you go to Singapore, if you ever go to Singapore, you'll see when you land at Changi Airport, one of the big signs you see, it's the same thing in Indonesia as well. One of the big signs you see in big red letter, it says, uh, drug trafficking of any sort is punishable by death. So what do you think that's going to happen? I mean, people are still stupid enough to try to bring drugs into Singapore or to bring drugs into Indonesia. But when they get caught, guess what happens? It's a death penalty. It's a death
Even
sentence.
Even
So
I read that you can't spit the chewing gum. Maybe you can chew, or you can take chewing gums to outside. I just
yeah,
read it
yeah,
through.
I know, but that one, of course, it's on the books. It's something people talk about a lot, but I mean, it's not really that strict. You can still chew your chewing gum, but you just don't throw it on the sidewalk. And if you throw it on the
He's talking
sidewalks,
about
you can still get away with it as long as nobody sees you, as long as a cop doesn't see you do it. But the main thing is, people still throw their chewing gum, but most people don't do it. But if you happen to do it, it's not like an automatic arrest or a fine. If you happen to throw it in the presence, and then you're stupid if you do it, you know that what the laws are in Singapore, and you see a police officer and you do it, well, yeah, you deserve to be arrested. So it's not really that. That's one of the ones that are on the books that everybody talks about, but it's really not that serious. And
I mean, there was someone
But
like ever spit chewing gum on a public place. That's stupid.
yeah, exactly.
okay,
In general,
Because
you know,
same
like
thing.
even if
If you
you're
go to
not
Japan, right?
in,
If you go to Japan, the streets are super clean. You won't even find
yeah,
a garbage can anywhere. People, what you know what you do when you if you eat. First of all, you're not supposed to eat in public.
manage
Nobody eats in public.
manage the garbage.
You know.
Even they are managing the garbage with the plastic in the plastic and the paper in the papers and the
Yes.
other food garbages in the food
Yeah,
garbage place.
people recycle. Yeah, people recycle, and if you happen to mix things up, you can get a fine in certain neighborhoods in Tokyo or Nagoya. I mean, same thing. I mean, I've been to Tokyo many times. I've been to Nagoya. I've been to
have you been to
Os-
Hiroshima?
Osaka. I've been to, of course, Tokyo. Yeah, same thing. People are extremely well behaved when it comes to cleanliness. Everything's super clean. And the same system could be implemented anywhere else in the world, but it's just there's no willingness to do it. There's nobody planned to do it. It just didn't happen. You have
Now, there is this opposite of that agenda. If you can manage it, if you can manage it, it's the word, a single word, which have all the capacities here, like uh, the managerial powers. If you can manage it, so the public won't be used to such bad criteria and bad things, and they won't happen.
right,
Or let the people can say that not just about Dubai, not just about Singapore, not just about Japan. People can say even the Pennsylvania is also a good state. People can say that Pakistan, Karachi is the best city. People can say India, Delhi is the right one for the tourist, and people can also, as a tourist, go to Kashmir. But there is a certain agendas which are involved in, and as you mentioned those, but as per the criteria of facts, the
mm,
agendas are working with their managerial effects. Now, here comes the dystopia again with their managerial affection and the criteria they are maintaining for the dystopia in the sense of this section of tech, that if we just openly given the AI to everyone. The what can you say here? Just like a normal mobile phone, a cell phone like iPhone. If we given the AI to everyone, he can just do. I don't know. They can do behind the things.
mm,
Like if there was a platform, Stack Overflow. maybe you used or you have somehow
Yeah,
interact with.
we were just talking about that. Was it yesterday, Amar, or the day before?
Yeah, yeah, yesterday.
Yeah, we
So
were just talking about Stack
that
Overflow.
platform was just vanished.
Hmm.
It means it's just vanishing right now. It's
You know why? You
like
know why? It's AI is killing a lot of legacy, basically
exactly.
access.
So they can even maintain another criteria. They can even collaborate. They can even build or implement or update much more. There is potential. I mean, in my whole criteria, in my whole discussion, in my there is if there is a light, if there is a light, it have a whole power to light all over the darkness. The
Wow.
darkness is used by the agendas, and the agenda is built by the psychology, philosophies, different. They are injecting by the philosophies those agendas.
Yep.
You can also, as an example, in the tech side, see those industry which are generating hate effects, uh, mall effects, wrong effects for others, for film industries, for social medias, for cultural effects, for country by country, for so those are operated by the industry. Those are a part of the agenda because they the scope of defining these things in a more words and sentences is the reason that we are also here to maturing these agendas with the positiveness. They are grabbing positiveness for using their negativeness, like with simple example, the WhatsApp app. If you use it for the OTPs and different things, the, that is also hackable. The major example we have discussed the dark web. Why it's on the network? Why? What is necessity if we have a surface network here? So why we need a dark net here? So the AI is also even controlled by right now with those agenda, and we are assuming that the upcoming time for the 2035 2035 that we will we have such robots which have a sense like human. So yeah, we are just assuming and thinking because we are a positive people. But in the negative people sense, they have these things right now. But they are just polishing and making for they are even they are ahead from our steps.
Hmm.
They step ahead to think about that how we will manage the criteria in further stages. I mean, why the AI came in 2023 or about to 2022 or 2024? Why? Why it cannot be came by 2025? It can be. It was possible because the first idea was thinking in the middle of 1950s about the AI. But
Hmm.
why it's now? Because it takes a lot of time to understand that how a public can use it, how we can manage it with publicly, how we will Nowadays, if I see the public who are using the AI here, I just assume it like a game. When you are trying to install a game, like whatever so you game concern here with a big game. If I example someone, Call of Duty, you can say. Okay, the Call of Duty having a DVD which having a 4 point something GB data. When you install it, and then you will play it with different stages, campaigns, using weapons, different stages, and different things. The same way you are installing the AI on your system as in local LLM, and you are just trying to uh, focusing on the operating system things, like developing, like interacting with the operating system and web application and generating other things. These are the scope of, not more even than. But when it comes to robotics, it's like to be interact with the sense things, consciousness. That word used in your just that video or in that document I shared you. So the consciousness. When a chipset, a robot, a thing have a consciousness, that mean have its own memory, its own intelligence, its own. Even I just measure the intelligence in two senses here. One is NI, natural intelligence, and the other we are using here the artificial intelligence. The NI, we are measuring and keeping up and training and tuning up with the robotics, the normal AI with the equivalence performance to the NI. When it comes to the generative power or equivalent the things with the NI, it will be like something huge. But as I said earlier, that the agenda is working ahead from step by the positiveness. So they just evolve us in something else, something other uncertainty here. I don't know what was that, but I'm I'm just now also have a thing here that our next generation, which we were talking about, and you that the next what we are giving to our next generation, the billionaires are giving the power of money to their next generation, and they are training them that how you play with such people, the poor ones, and how to manage such countries and their play with their diplomats and diplomacies and their policies and criteria. And the other hand, we were just watching like cuckoo birds. That is something is happening here. Oh, there is a new thing. Oh, AI. Oh, actually they are playing with us through these agendas. The actual things, the real things which they were working on, which they were interacting with, are not in the market, even not disclosed by the papers, by the media industries. No one have describing the latest we have tried to attach ourselves, but these are not just scope of AI here. There is something else which is hiding behind these agendas or behind these act which we are just playing with right now. Because from the day when the AI was introduced in the market by OpenAI, from the date to till now, you just see the day by day implementation in the first, the AI domain was increasing by their prices. And after that, The AI is when it comes to the publicly the peoples are used to be AI and they are just having a lust of AI and they just uh, inject the subscription models. It, no, there is no certain issue with their subscription models, but their limitations. Why they are just limiting the ethics as well? Why they are just limiting the consciousness things with the AI? They are just controlled. You are paying for the things which you are assuming that taking a fully controlled by you, but no, you are just buying a part of a little, or just 30% or 20% part of which you are playing with. The fully part, they are just playing with such thing and maintaining the agendas with such criterias. They have bigger scope. They have bigger things to understand from the eggs, from the vegetables, from such things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
good
listen,
point.
it's one of those things. The human condition is quite complex, isn't it? And
Exactly.
when we sit back and analyze and say, why is it the way that it is? Why is it that certain places thrive, or seemingly they seem to be thriving, but some other places are always suffering? And whether it's through self-inflicted suffering, or external forces that meddle into their affairs, there's always a there's always a pyramid structure in the world. If you look at it this way, then you'll understand why nature, the very the very structure of nature, is built that way. Wide at the bottom, slim at the top, right? And that's a true
Yeah.
pyramid, because in a society where, if we if we reverse the pyramid, it's not going to work. What's going to happen? It's going to fall. It's going to topple over. And that's inbuilt into everything. If you have, for instance, a glass of wine or a glass of champagne, if the base is not wide enough to support the glass's height, the taller the glass is, what's going to happen? It's going to fall. So it's the same thing. Look at the world right now. The number of people who are at the top, the very top of the food chain, the very top of the pyramid, is very few, right? You got the Elon Musk,
Yeah.
the Sam Altman, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, the guy from Apple. And you look at of course, there are other rich people, but again, the ones that we know about, the ones that are really vocal or in the limelight, there's only five of them, right? And in order for the world to function, they need people at the bottom, because otherwise the pyramid is gonna topple. If let's say, if everybody tomorrow we wake up, we didn't need to earn money, we didn't have to go to work for a living, what do you think is going to happen? The world will, who's gonna drive the bus that you take to go from point A to point B? Who's going to drive the Uber who picks you up? Who's going to pick up your garbage? Who's going to deliver your mail? Who's going to mow your lawn? Who's going to clean your gutter? Who's going to pick up the snow when it snows? Who's going to clean your pool? Who's going to clean the school? Who's going to be the janitor? No one's going to be a janitor. No one's going to be a plumber. So they need people.
Mhm.
Society needs that structure. So now it's up to you to position yourself. Which part of the pyramid do you want to be? And then do you want to sacrifice your integrity? Do you want to sacrifice your morals to be as high as you can to the top? It doesn't necessarily mean you have to sacrifice your standing or your morals or your your good judgment to be at the top. But if you were offered a solution, if you were offered a choice to go at the top, but you have to compromise your morals, would you do it? That is the question. And a lot of people have done it because now they could consider themselves an elite. But then this is what we call selling your soul to the devil to achieve a higher status. Will you do that? That is the question. Would you stay where you are, or would you go to the top knowing well that you couldn't look at yourself in the mirror?
Hmm. I mean, like your in my opinion, your inner self should be independent of your outer self. Like
Right.
when people talk about this concept called give respect, take respect. I was reading Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, and he was pointing towards this idea that your behavior should be dependent on yourself, not others. Your behavior should not be shaped by others' behaviors because you are then technically dependent on them, not yourself. Then you are not being yourself, you're being dependent on them. So, like, uh, that your behavior is something that can no power on earth can touch it. That's what I read in this new book, A Man's Search for Meaning. Viktor Frankl, he said that, you know, your meaning for life, your purpose of existence cannot be shaped by your circumstances. It can only be shaped by your inner self, but how you perceive yourself and the outer world.
Well, well said. Again, remember, philosophical musings and human behavior in the real world are two different things. Yeah, people will
Mhm.
grapple, and this speaks to what we touched on briefly earlier. When you can't see a way to find your next meal, right? When you don't know where your next meal is coming from, your morals are quickly compromised to get to a point where you'll be
Yeah.
able to afford to make sure yourself and your family know where your next meal is going to come from. You see what I mean? Yes,
Mhm.
philosophically, yes, it makes complete sense. And in a perfect world, yeah, everybody would live by those rules. Everybody would follow their own moral compass. But when it comes to survival, that's a whole different story. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, tutorial is. I mean, uh, thankfully, we have survival good. Uh, here's the deal. Tesla was broke in his entire life, but yet he patented. I mean, his focus was not on patents, but he had a lot of patents. He's the greatest inventor of all time. So as we speak here, I was just wondering that if what we are talking about is true, then like we're talking about, okay, one cannot think of extraordinary things when he has to worry about where the next meal is coming from. Tesla's story is an exception there. Not Tesla, his story is an exception. He remained broke his entire life, and yet he was the greatest inventor of all time. the greatest engineer of all time. Would disagree with that. So like, if what we are saying is true, then why do people like Tesla was, like still inventing big things and changing the world with while being broke? But again, here is the nuance. Tesla was a completely, you know, he was not, I would say that he was not normal, not in a bad way, right? Do you know that he used to sleep only 2 hours a day, and this happened for decades. And he used to work 20 hours a day, even sometimes 84 hours straight, no breaks, absolutely nothing. A straight 84 hours break. It, this is something that like is pretty very rare in this in modern world. It's not seen pretty often.
True.
So like when you're talking Tesla, he's truly an exception from not just what we talked about, the food and survival stuff, but an exception in everything basically. He like his teacher, this professor used to fear that he will die because of overwork. He used to study 19 hours a day sometimes in college. His professor used to tell him, bro, stop, you are studying too much, I fear you will die. And he was like, no. I wonder like where does this, amazing stuff, like come from? Like Tesla had found the meaning of life. Tesla had found its purpose of existence, which was to, you know, uh, electrify the world. And that's why he was such an exception in everything. Meaning of life is very, very important, I think. What do you say?
Many contributions by the legends came in the history for the aspect of life. But as we were talking about the pyramid system, we can think about the utopia structure in if the way. So as you were and you raised the point that like who wants to uh, be janitorial or be a chef or a cook or a vegetable seller or a bus driver or a driver like or a boat driver. So if you think a world like a utopia, so everyone is a legend in his self or their selves, because every single person must have to maintain their managerial scope and the criteria. Even the president have, even the janitorial have. They are not in that utopia sense in with these categories like janitorial or the president, but when they comes to like if you have heard about that New Zealand or maybe somehow I think New Zealand's president was going to office with bicycle. So why he don't have or she don't have a car, or they don't buy or afford a car? No, the reason may some other. This is more than attitude, like altitude or a nature, an ethic you want to describe by yourself, like Tesla, like other, you can assume any of the legend in the history who have served for humanity. So if the persons love to live in a utopia structure, so it must maintain the managerial effect and the managerial criteria for the scope of a structure. This society must have to maintain the classification system accordingly for those who want to uh, what can you say here, like giving their lives to for such legendary roles like Tesla, if he is trying to struggle with the light or with the electricity to produce for any effect with the wireless electricity, with the wired electricity, with the AC current, with the DC current, and with whatever, so his mind have a bunch of criteria at that time, but we had vanished a legend or a legendary person at the time. It's better than we can collaborate him, we can serve him, we can position him. We understood the limitation and the requirement and the certain things regarding to we make it legendary. Yeah, at that time we do not understand when a person is in between the struggling, because the effect of unethical way to use a dystopia effect. The dystopia effect is morally, I don't think so, wrong, because you need something in against of potatoes. If I have potatoes and I give to you and you have eggs, you must exchange, as you quoted, and you. So the thing is, everyone loves the utopia life. Everyone,
Mm-hmm.
everyone else,
Of,
because it's
of
the
course.
simplest one.
Yeah.
You always believe not just in sense of unconsciousness or immeasured possibilities, but you always trust, believe in your neighbor in that way, in utopia way, that my neighbor is a good one and I must have to sleep with open and uh, without locks gate, without locks door, that no one can uh, stolen or steal anything from my house or from my drawer or from my uh, safe. They feel safe in their criterias. The legend people have to struggle with the both angles. First, he must have to be fight with the maintaining the criteria which is working for the positively for the human side. And how could, if his total efforts and the thinking power is if working with the positiveness, so how could he assume and think about and let he be a part in his sense that his neighbor is a thief, and he can come over my computer and stole and with a USB chip my ideas and grab it to and rename and, and sell it to market with his name or with his efforts with like it's also be happened in the history. So the point is the utopia is working if the moral and the morality of the human growth is through the right hands, with the right hands. The psychology behaving, if you go through the Darwin, the psychology behavior we have learned through the animals. Now, the jungle, we are applying here the jungle with the dystopia effect, which are totally destructive against those people who are still struggling in progressive. And how can they just understand what is AI? If a person having an issue with the next meal, so how can you talk him or her about the AI agentic power and the uh, upcoming things like real JEPA or uh, such things that what is the real implementation is or chipsets are working for markets. So where the agenda works and the morality get downs and the humanity get compromised, it must be the disaster for the human as well. And those humans are not even listed. As I earlier given you a practical example here, and you that if you are generating a product for a person who is disabled, so you check the scope that your product is for such certain for let's say for 100,000 people which are disabled in the region. So you just evaluate that the 100,000 people are in those criteria, but those are but who those have bought the things, bought the product, and those are capable are not. You are not gathering those data from the market. You are just working with only with your cost, with your materials, with your things to cut cost, to try to evaluate low cost or such thing, adding with low materials, compromised materials and other things. But you are not focusing on the quality, even the scope is fulfilled with the market or not.
Right.
You're just focusing on the returns of the product in the capitalistic approach. So the utopia, if AI will do something or can do something here, so I don't think so. It can be possibly do in the positiveness sense. It must have. It must, and it must. It's a third time saying it must having negative issues which are hiding behind right now, but let it come. Maybe it comes to the uh, next morning, or maybe it will be in next few months, next few weeks. There must be things waiting for us right now. We
Right.
can't assume it.
Well, these I mean it's a conundrum, it's what we call a conundrum. At the end of the day, phew, it's I mean it's heavy in terms of the human condition. I mean we could literally talk about this for for a century. And we'll find ourselves with the same questions over and over. And then
Exactly.
I'm always talking about I'm always talking about the other day about Marcus Aurelius, right? And the same case could be made for Carl Jung, all these philosophers, and that's the reason why they are philosophers, and that's the reason why they are thought leaders, even after they've been gone for so many so many decades and centuries. Those guys, their literature lives on, and it's the same thing. But not to say that we can't talk about the. Of course, we're all human, and we all trying to find meaning, right? Uh, and the unanswered question is, well, yes, what is the meaning of life? And why are we here? Why are we the way we are? Why some of us
Why is
thrive
there
and some
something
of
rather
us
than nothing?
don't? You know? And that's the number one question.
No,
Yeah, like why is there
one thing
something
you left here. We are not here forever. This is the basic thing. We are here for the upcoming generation. We are the part of a journey. The very biggest people like Einstein and the other ones are came and just let go. they are remembered through their, if we are calling their name, if we are talking about them. So if someone had did the bad behavior, we are recognizing them with the bad things. If someone have literally good behavior and the good things, we are admiring them as well. But the the basic thing is not ever. There is not everything forever. These are for just temporary. Everything is just temporary if you can't live a life forever. So the money, the enjoyment, the sensations, the sentiments, the ethics, the moral, the everything is just having a limitation and temporary.
Yeah,
Because
that's
you
true.
don't.
We're all passing in this life. We're all, and then there's a famous saying. I can't remember who says it, but one thing that is for certain: nobody get out of this life alive.
Yeah.
Mm, absolutely.
Anyway,
And
guys, I have a must full-time job here to join right now early this morning. My company is adhesives manufacturing company. Right now, I was generating the software for my company as well. Right, and I didn't work today for because I like to discuss with the NDO and UMR. I love to be here and to discuss with you. I was just bringing an idea over here on the table right now.
Mm,
Not right now. Earliest, I am trying to evaluating an idea here to collaborate work between the regions here. If you have in mind and if you have a time on working on such basis or such thing, let me know about it through your group and you. It is possible if we can. So please let us know. And
sure.
if also Amar you are agree with, so we can collaborate here with something which is a good one and at least look, when you didn't, even I didn't seen your most of the work, and you and I don't know more about your age and the criteria and the background right now, and I'm a little bit hurrying because I have to sleep to get up earlier morning. So the thing was that. I was generating a platform where operating system can be performed with the AI and the contributing things for effort for the humans for low cost, and the inside itself having a marketing criteria which we can and through possibles to administrative cost handling and the things related to this is just a side of and a few lines I'm sharing with you here. It's in my mind, it's in my head, so you can polish it, you can even share your own thoughts, your own ways, your own uh, understandings with. So let
Where
me
are you
know.
sharing it, Amir?
Sorry,
You say you're sharing a
come
few
again.
lines. Where in the chat or where?
No, 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 no. I'm sharing it with you. A voice here.
Oh, okay.
If you need text-based information, yeah, I can share you my workings. Even I have shared you yesterday my GitHub repo, one of my projects. But if you directly into grab it with my name, there are certain projects I have you, but not because as I describe you my limitation, the whole criteria have to manage by myself, the marketing, the back end, the front end, the designing, the developing, the clicks, the emails, the author recognitions, and a bunch of blah blah. So we need to have a structured way, a recognized way, a disciplinary way, which used to maintain the base things, base uh, idea, base, what can you say here?
So you're in
I think
charge.
of the product.
So you're in charge of
Mhm.
creating this platform for your work, correct?
Exactly, and it's totally by myself, by my cost, not the company is providing me cost. Keep in
Really?
mind, okay? Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
What is the company?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
What is the company that you work for?
Oh, it doesn't have right now a name, but we called it MI Industries. It's having a uh, abbreviation. Its abbreviation is Miami. Miami is stand by Muhammad Ismail Adhesives Manufacturing Industry. Yeah, Miami.
Oh,
It's a private person who is handling it, who's some of a religious person, and therefore he didn't register with the SECP, Security Exchange Commission of Pakistan, because he don't believe in such criteria because he's too strict with the religion scopes and don't believe in the taxations and the banking system and so it's him cultural effects or you can say Islamic effect here.
okay, that makes
But
sense.
he shared me wired information regarding his requirement of software, so I just shared him my approach that I can develop. So he just said to me that you must demo me something with. So I just build up here a demo, even, but I didn't present him right now because I want it just something one step ahead. Because if I giving him a demo of a product which is in a prototype or a minimal viable product. So after that, he will assume that I must have to. It's just about the client's mentality.
Mm.
So just ignore the blah blah right now. So just it's a one criteria. Okay, you have the bunch of market here with the continents assuming here. You can manage it with collaboration way, with the collaborative way, and we can grab not dystopia things, but with utopia thing. If you love to work with the AI or such web application development, and if you have a certain time with the right administrative and your personal profit cost and the recurring cost with, so
Sure. Well,
we can manage it with.
here's what we can do, Amir. Share your document, share your PRD, share your PRD with me, and I'll take a look at it because I can't commit to projects where there's no clear directions, and there's got to be a path to payment as well, because there we have to sort of work on the basis. Well, okay, if I help you build this platform, what is the what's the path forward? Is this company going to pay you? And is it something that you're doing for free, or you just want to put the prototype together for free? What's the plan?
Okay, that's a superb question, and you have just switch on my cell in that sense. Okay,
Hmm.
the if you okay, let me review this one. Yesterday I shared you in the chat with the this project. Right now, I'm sharing you again in the welcome point. Okay, this is the software, and it have the complete incomplete right now, but it have a complete documentation with open source. I'm not limiting. So he even though as you are saying or asking about the PRT, so I'm not here just limiting myself or binding myself or sticking myself to with such person or such only industry. I'm assuming that if he didn't tried it, even he reject it, so the market will. If just like that, you can check it through with the many of working criteria like hold on. Okay, if we open this directory here, which I link sent you, the plan and the task having the fully complete documentation as task by task, and the further task which I need. Only the scope of marketing and the grabbing the subscription points, maybe few are left here to implement or adding here, because I didn't assume it right now to it's uh, about 2 to 3 months, maybe more required me for to polish it well, working in behavior sense or working product sense. So that's why I didn't add those marketing logics that how I could market it with Meta or Google marketplaces. Because let me finish it. Right now, it's about if I roughly share you, it's more than 50% having generated,
Mm-hmm.
more than 50%, yeah, but below 70%.
Okay.
Few things are few, but major things are remaining here, like AI implementation workings criteria, in which I scope it at the end of the product, because they are just cost burden things, like if I implement the AI in while I am in the development phases, and it needs APIs and the functionality, so it's very difficult to handle me the cost of AI in the multiple senses. So I just didn't right now inject the AI those elements right now, but I will inject those as well, because it's a part of and it's the requirements. Furthermore, maybe there are more requirements in it because it have a IFRS and IASB compliance system. IFRS, maybe you know, and the IASB. IFRS is a International Financial Reporting System, which is a standardized compliance system all over the globe, and same way the IASB working, the International Accounting Standard Board, which is assuring the accounting possibilities and the progressiveness, and the board is assuming that the accounting rules and regulations. So the software will be worked through these compliance systems as well. Further, as per scope in the competitive market, I have listed my this project development with the competitively with QuickBooks and SAP.
Mm-hmm.
These are the major in my competitive sense, because they are just hard what I don't have right now. They are just grabbing the humans. They are just stealing the money of humans in sense of dystopia, you can say, whatever. So you can assume about, because if you have used if or you have just something with the QuickBooks, even you once use it, or you can check it online, that it have a massive amount of subscription in dollars per month, even or per month. So I don't assume it for a local person that who can avail the capabilities. I know they have to maintain teams. I know they have to maintain the industry, but it is not such a way to demolish the human beings through the tech usage and the tech utilization in the common life usage. No, this is very, very destructive and a very bad
Yeah,
thing.
yeah,
I
you're
don't like
right.
it.
But remember, compute is very expensive. Of course, they are greedy because the Chinese LLMs are charging way less rather than what the U.S. Companies are charging for API access, right? Uh, but the other thing is, especially when it comes to the financial sector, okay, there are very distinctive sectors that you have to use a local LLM. For instance, finance, okay, that includes accounting as well, law, okay, medicine, and those are the three I can think of. You have to, if you want to use AI, you can't just use an open AI API key to on your
Exactly.
you have to be compliant, and you have to be able to, if it's requested to report, to generate a report to show your compliance certificate. And definitely in this case, to build, it's okay to use mock data. Okay, that means you're not using real company information. You're not using real people. You're just making up fictitious names and email addresses and fake data just to test. But when it comes to deployment, to deploying your application, you definitely have to build. But that's easy to do these days with a good system. You can build a local LLM with a RAG system that will service your build and your build only. That means you don't send any information to any outside API, any outside LLM. That's how we have to approach it. Here's what I'm going to do for you, okay? And also when you're sharing, Amir, don't share them in the welcome anymore. Uh, there's
Okay.
a there's a AI discussion, right? If you look at AI,
Yeah,
yeah,
I found it.
I've forwarded them to AI discussion for now. I'm gonna delete them from welcome. And when you want to share anything about AI discussion, just put them there. If it's something private, just send me a DM. Just DM me
Uh,
on the sidebar.
we guys got quite distracted from the original question that this all conversation started from,
Which question?
which, which was, is AI going to extinct humanity?
Nah.
Like I wanna hear from, like, could you elaborate, and
Yeah,
you?
well, simple answer. I think we talked about that earlier. No, AI is not going to do anything. Even the naysayers, well, doomsday sayers, and humanity is doomed. I don't think so because look at the analogy of guns, right? You don't see guns shooting people. People shoot people with guns, and it's the same
But
principle.
AI can get smarter than us, right?
Yes, but AI is not going to destroy humanity unless we push it that way through our actions. I don't think AI is going to destroy humanity. It's simply not something that I see in the cards for us humans.
Hmm. Like famous AI researchers, they deliberately, push these things. AI researchers like Jeffrey Hinton, they are the, you know, inventors of AI, and they say these type of things, which doesn't make any sense. Like the common argument for Jeffrey Hinton is that you cannot control anything smarter than you. So my primary question for this argument would be, okay, what do you mean by smarter in the first place? What do you mean smarter than humans? What do you mean by that?
Yeah,
First of all, clarify
exactly.
that.
Exactly. You know, LLMs, they're not
Okay.
smarter than humans. They process knowledge better than humans, but they're not smarter. They just process.
Exactly.
Uh,
Would
yeah.
you consider a calculator smarter than a human just because it can do arithmetic
No,
better
of
than
course
human?
not. But again,
No.
remember, the calculator doesn't have the capacity to achieve AGI. I think what people are referring to is, the autonomous, you know, robots that are going to be able to learn on the fly, that are going to be able to basically realize that, well, we're smarter than you, we're stronger than you, we can do anything we want to do, we don't need you, so they'll get rid of us. That's the premise of, these doomsday sayers who says humanity's
Yeah.
doomed, but I don't
But
think so.
yeah, these type of people don't think in engineering and mathematics and in those terms. These people think in, science fiction and Hollywood movies lens.
Exactly. Yeah, and I don't
Like
see
if
it.
you
I don't see it that way.
yeah, so that's the thing, right? Like, anyone who says that AI is going to take over humanity, uh is influenced from, science fiction movies.
Yeah,
Why would Hollywood make such movies, bro? Like in the first place, I
yeah,
hate them
yeah.
making such
Exactly,
movies.
exactly. Don't believe on the propaganda, and then also, it's easy. It's easy to focus on the negative. I'm not saying ignore the possibilities of something really bad
Mhm.
happening. The possibility is always there, and it's the same thing. When you get into a car, there's always a possibility you'll get into a car accident. When you get onto an airplane, there's always a possibility that it might crash and you might not live to see another day. Does that mean we're going to stop flying?
Hmm.
Does that mean we're going to stop driving? No.
Obviously
And
not,
it's
right?
yeah, and it's the same thing with AI. Does that mean we have to stop using AI? Listen, it's too late. We've been using AI since the freaking 2000s. Okay, we didn't even realize it. Some people have been using AI since the 1980s, since the 1990s. AI was always there, and for most people, their first encounter with AI. Do you know what it was? You probably were one of those people you didn't even know. Do you know? This is a question for you, Amir and Amar. Do you know your first?
Uh-huh.
Do you know what your first encounter with AI was? Maybe 10 years ago. For Amar, you were 5, so probably not.
My first
Uh,
interaction with the AI was um, it when it the cryptocurrency when it just was invented or in coming to the market, the blockchain. That time I just heard about. I didn't even it just flashed through my ears that there is technology coming. I just assuming that time, but I didn't calculate that how it comes to in our hands like this way as we are using right now, or in the robotics way as we are assuming for next decades about. So it's like this. So I
Mm-hmm.
in first time heard about at that time when the blockchain was uh, on the initial stages. At that time, I was also even you aware about and you that the blockchain having a massive and robust supply chain management system.
Mm-hmm.
So these things I have understand at uh, that time that. The market will be soon come with something special like such AI, which is now in our hands. Because I don't even know about a single thing or anything about the coding and the ethics of codings. But
Mm-hmm.
I understand the tech stack, how it's used, why it's used, where it's used, who will it use, and what is the purpose to use, what is kind of a stack. So in that term, the AI teach me very well, and it's just like AI is polishing me in a
Yeah.
certain way. So I'm just taking advantage of the knowledge
Do
is
you,
having.
do you have kids?
Yeah,
Like tell your children to use AI for their betterment. Not I
my
mean,
my I have four kids, and the elder one is my daughter, and she is generating songs and the lyrics and the uh, music with the AI and creating songs. She have her own channel. She is also learning a little bit with the generative AI as well with me, with the AI SaaS as software as a service implementation and development phases as well with me. So she's bit faster than, and the other two guys are right now with the in gaming side. Right now, they are understanding the how gaming works and how behind the gaming files are structured and performing. Right now, I have given the task of enhancing the Sim City, the cities of tomorrow. There was a game, so I have given a task to my second son to understand the whole. It's about 1.5 months ago I have given him, but he didn't still respond me, and I just let check his working with.
how old?
Uh, is about 12. Yeah, 12 or 13. Yeah. The daughter
Mm,
is about 15. Yeah.
great. What about
So
you
they
and
are
you?
just doing AI.
Yeah, actually, your kids are doing pretty amazing, and I would tell them to do continue doing this. I can tell that they are using AI in an efficient way, and that they will be pretty, good in terms of tech when they grow up. So I would tell also you and your kids to focus on these things because the future is pretty bright, hopefully, and not just
You are you
but
are
to
just describing the one side of coin. I'm as we were discussing right now a couple of hours. We have also another side of coin. The AI having another side, and I am just afraid of such side of coin. Right now, we don't know about the possibilities of AI. We can, even though we are afraid of hacked by someone, so it's just a little thing. You need, we should have to understand that we have to live with the middle way, with the way which can collaborate to everyone with every aspect and to be mature and the way that can greet our upcoming next generation. So I'm trying to evaluate such things. They are so messy. Are you married, Amar?
no, I'm not married.
How can you understand the pain of a dad or a papa?
And do you how many kids do you have in you?
Just one.
Oh, great.
Hmm.
Mashallah.
Okay.
Yeah, just one. First of all, Amar can't be married. Amar's 16, bro. I know
He probably didn't know that.
Amar sound
He
very,
probably didn't.
Amar sound very mature, but
Yeah,
uh,
exactly.
yeah, but Amar's a youngster. But you know, he's very inquisitive. Um, he's very switched on, as we say. You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, listen, When it comes to AI, yeah, like like we've been saying, I think we're gonna wrap it up in about 10 minutes, guys.
Mhm.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, when it comes to AI, just like anything else, it's also up to you. Because I know for you, Amir, as a father, it's also up to you to kind of supervise also what your children are doing when it comes to AI. You know, because AI, just like any other tool, can be used for good or for bad. And if your daughter who's into music, um, who's into different things, she could definitely, if that's her passion, if that's what she loves to do, she can definitely use that to her advantage to have a leg up. Because right now you have a lot of sites like Suno, and what's the other one? Audio that generates music, right? But also, I'm not saying to
Mhm.
completely abandon your talent and do AI generated music only, but you can use AI to help you to enhance what you're doing to be more productive in that sense. So you can still be, even though children have a better grasp of AI when it comes to utilizing AI in ways you probably wouldn't think of, right? But it's
Right.
still, you still have to supervise and see, okay, and like Amar says, be interested in what they're doing because that is the future.
Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly. But we have
Allow
an
build
eye
the
on.
future. Allow them to build the future, not just consume the future, but build it too. My okay, never mind. Okay, I guess I'm good. I'm good. We can maybe discuss this sometime else. So make sure that your kids, and this is for you too and you, but I'm sure that you're aware of it, they are not seeking emotional attachment or emotional awareness or emotional, guidance from AI. That's pretty important. That could be pretty ruined if that's not controlled. What do you think?
Yeah, of course. This is why you have to talk to your children, not let them seek
Monitor. I think
emotional.
we should have to monitor them.
Yeah, I mean,
Hmm.
not to let them have too much of an emotional attachment because there's been cases where children, where young people have, unalived themselves because they felt, well, this is the only way out because they didn't talk to a human being. Because an LLM is still an LLM, it's still ones and zeros. It has no attachment, it has no feelings. It'll tell you what you want to hear, and if you're not mature enough to understand that, yeah, you could go down the wrong path.
Wow. It's so amazing to oversimplify AI with calling it zeros and ones, but that is true. We cannot do anything about it. Zeros and ones. That's the reality.
Guys, we are breaking disciplinary measures here. Look, if we just pass through every single way with disciplinary manners, we can manage the whole globe simply. So, I'm trying, I have tried, and I am just passing through it that just in beginning teaching the children the disciplinary orders to use and utilize, the differences between the use and utilize, and the uses of the things, that how you need it, or you have just hobby it, or just have to learn it. You should have many more things here to be to be behave, or to be mature them for to understand that what is in your hand and what is the thing which can be happen, or can be built, or can be do anything for if you if you interacted with the undisciplinary ways. So the discipline is the main thing. If you bring a piece of bigger cake in a plate to in front of a child on a table, so he or she, the child doesn't have uh, a mind that he or she must having a knife to cut a piece of a cake and then take a bite. He just assume it's for me and just grab a piece with his hand or her hand to taste it. You must have to make sense of disciplinary with examples, with generative activities in house, performing activities in house. So that's how the placement works in their lives. So that's how the placement engage in their lives for upcoming next. So guys, now it's about here 2:42, and I leave right now this conversation, and I'm ending up here with and you that I will discuss you the more in depth with the ideas and the things regarding I'm working here. I need your help here, but not in the sense that you must disturb with those things,
Mm-hmm.
but in more capable sense that you must recognized and accomplished by very fair prices as per requirements or as per need, because it's not about for me, for
Mm-hmm.
you. It's
Sure.
all about for humanity in my sense. So if you agreed. So very, very thankful to both of you. Amar, thank you for
Mhm.
joining and discussing the whole criteria about 4 hours ago. We are here. Now I'm leaving here. Thank you so much, and you for
All
your
right,
time,
Amir.
for your efforts, and for your answers. Thank you so much. Bye
Definitely. Hey,
bye.
listen,
Take care.
yeah, you get some rest. Take care. We'll speak. I'll look over your repo, and then don't forget, send me a written document as well. Send me a PRD because to get a full understanding of what exactly. I'm pretty sure there's a README file in the project. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet,
Yeah.
but go ahead, get some rest, and I'll speak to you soon.
Thank you so much
All right. Bye bye.
for your time. Bye.
So I gotta drop off too. It's pretty. I mean, we live in the same country, so it's
Oh
the
yeah,
same
it's late for you
timing.
as well. Yeah, I
You know,
forgot about that. It is quite late. It's like 2:42, 2:43. You said. All right, Amar. So
yeah, like
yeah,
yeah,
so
his city and my city is like 150 kilometers apart.
oh okay,
Not a very long. You know,
so okay, so
yeah.
you guys are practically neighbors then.
I mean, like, see, 2 hour distance. Like, Karachi is a very, very big city. So,
Right,
you might be living in a different world,
got you.
totally different world, because Karachi is a very, very big city. It takes about 2 hours to go from one end to another. So
Okay,
it's
yeah,
pretty,
got you,
uh,
got you. Alrighty, okay,
mm,
good. So listen, yeah, once again, thanks for joining the conversation. It's always a pleasure. So go ahead, get some
mm.
sleep.
But,
All
but
right.
you know, just before leaving, like even today I had planned that I would only stay for an hour, but it's almost 3 hours.
I know. Well, yeah. I mean, the conversation's always engaging. So it's all right. You get some sleep now. You get some rest. All right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right.
All right,
Thank
buddy.
you.
Take care. Bye bye.
Bye.
But all right, guys. Another good one. These conversations are very engaging. We go from one end of the spectrum to the other. Politics, geopolitics. language, AI, coding, you name it, the human condition. We're here. But once again, there was another one, another good one. So tune in again tomorrow for another session, and I'll show you guys the app as I've been working on. It's actually as we had the conversation going, I had open code running in the background, and it basically came up with. Let me see if I can show you guys a little bit. It's still not 100%, but the scaffolding is there, the structure is there. So now I just got to clean up a little bit, make sure all the screens are created. It's called FitGate. It's basically an app that allows you to control your doom scrolling. So basically, as you select the apps that you want to put behind the gate. Right now I have Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter. And you could set it up for 10 minutes or half an hour or 20 minutes. And as soon as you reach the time, and if you want to use the app again, you got to do push-ups or squats or lunges. What else did I think that's pretty much it for now. So yeah. So again, you get to be a little bit more fit in the process, and then you step away from you put your phone down, and it's going to be AI assisted. The camera is going to monitor your form and then count the reps, make sure you're doing them properly, and then once you do your reps, your phone will unlock and you'll be able to continue doing whatever you were doing. So that's pretty much it. FitGate. And I think I'm going to call it a day for now. I'm tired. So thank you for tuning in. Adios. Hasta la vista, baby.